remains favorable, and this action is designed to support that outlook.
Today's quarter-point cut was widely expected, but Chair Jay Powell seemed to throw cold water on any hope for a string of additional cuts in the near future, which may be what rattled Wall Street, though Powell also emphasized he didn't say it would be just one. He also denied any outside influence on the decision after President Trump, who had criticized rate hikes, said yesterday he was hoping for a large cut. Round two in the latest showdown among Democrats hoping to challenge the president in 2020. Fox's Jared Halpern is live in Washington.
Democratic frontrunner Joe Biden is expected to draw the most attention in tonight's second-round debate in Detroit, a month after a fiery exchange between him and California Senator Kamala Harris. Harris is on the debate stage with Biden again tonight. A Biden campaign official says the former vice president will make a strong case for his health care plan and draw contrast with his opponents. That was a big theme last night as top-tier progressives, Senators Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, defended Medicare for All proposals against more moderate Democrats critical of the policy and politics. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. No word yet on the cause of a refinery fire outside Houston, Texas. ExxonMobil says that 6 people have been injured at a fire in the Baytown area. This is happening at one of their plants in the Baytown area. They say the first priority for them is safety. Again, the cause of the fire under investigation with crews still at the scene. This is Fox News.
Parents, start your child's school year right with healthiness and fun. Complete your child's immunizations, annual physical, dental, or eye exam at FHP and receive a free gift for each exam visit. Perfect for back to school. Valid from July 15 to August 31st or while supplies last. Visit their website or Facebook page for more details. Call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new ciabatta collection. How do you want it?
I'll take the slam poultry.
Sure. Italian ciabatta with mozzarella. When hunger reigns, you're my favorite umbrella. Tasty garlic steak and provolone. With you, my taste buds are never alone. Savory chicken pesto, you have my affection. For you complete the ciabatta collection. Thank you. That was the new ciabatta collection by Subway. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
New evidence in the search for a motive after the festival shooting in Gilroy, California, that left 3 people dead, a dozen injured over the weekend before the suspect was killed by police.
The number of items found inside the suspect's apartment in Nevada suggests that he could have been planning a much bigger attack. Now, that apartment located in Walker Lake, Nevada. It's a remote town southeast of Carson City, more than 5 hours from Gilroy. It's not clear why the suspect moved there after graduating from Gilroy High in 2017. According to a search warrant, investigators found a gas mask, bulletproof vest, pamphlets on guns, and empty ammunition boxes. But the FBI pushed back on reports that investigators also found reading materials on white supremacy and radical Islam, works that could indicate a certain ideology.
Fox's Claudia Cowan in Gilroy. The FBI also downplaying an Instagram post by the suspect, urging followers to read a book popular with neo-Nazis on extremist websites. The FAA under fire at a hearing over Boeing MAX jets, accused of letting the planes fly even after learning of risks.
Lawmakers slammed the Federal Aviation Administration over its role in certifying Boeing's 737 MAX plane. That plane has been grounded around the world after it was involved in a second crash earlier this year. A recent New York Times article found the FAA allowed Boeing to essentially regulate itself and certify its own plane. A top agency official defended the process of delegation to a Senate subcommittee. He says the way the agency certified the MAX was sound, but adds the agency is open to changes to make flying in the U.S. even safer. Grady Trimble, Fox News.
Recapping the Fed-driven sell-off on Wall Street, the Dow down 334 points after the closing bell, back under 27K, finishing right around 26,864. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Whether it's for business or pleasure, staying connected when you travel is always essential. And now when you travel to South Korea, enjoy free data roaming with Docomo Pacific. Navigate the city, look up the best restaurants, email back home, or post all your pictures, all on the go for free. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your postpaid account is ready for roaming. You plus Docomo Pacific. better together. Some conditions apply. See print ad for details.
IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Why am I running? Because IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Whoa! We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. But move it, Gray Van! IHOP has crispy chicken!
Run in to try IHOP's new buttermilk crispy chicken strips and pancakes for just $6.99. For a limited time, price and participating restaurants may vary.
Weekday shopping just got exciting. Join the Agania Shopping Center's Shop and Win on Weekdays promo. Shop or dine at any ASC store or restaurant on weekdays from now till October 31st. Show your receipt at the ASC booth and win instantly. Every $20 spent gets you an entry form to win big at the monthly draws, including round-trip tickets to Manila, $500 ASC gift certificates, and more. See posters and print ads for more. Special thanks to Sky Zone, Fundamental Writers, Vince Jewelers, and Wendy's.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 6 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Former Guam police officer Mark Torre Jr. will face a second trial in the fatal shooting of Sergeant Albert Piolo. In a statement from the Attorney General yesterday, Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley said that they have made the decision to retry the case after reviewing the facts and the recent Supreme Court opinion that overturned Torre's conviction. The trial will be limited to charges of negligent homicide and aggravated assault with a special allegation of use and possession of a deadly weapon. In response to the announcement, Torre's defense attorney, Jay Areola, yesterday said his client will again plead not guilty. We continue to maintain his innocence. We will vigorously defend against these accusations, as Mark Torre did not shoot Piolo or hurt him in any way, said Areola. We hope and trust that we'll be able to select a fair and impartial jury to retry the case. Two key members of the governor's fiscal discipline team have confirmed that Major General Esther Agagi, the Adjutant General of the Guam National Guard, received a 50% pay increase last week. They acknowledged that Agagi got a $41,000 pay hike effective July 24th, boosting her salary from about $81,000 now to $123,000 a year. Both said that they were not made aware of the salary increase until after it had been approved. Carlson confirmed that the salary increase is retroactive to February 15th when Agagi was appointed Director of Military Affairs. It's not supposed to be retroactive, said Byrne. Salary increments for GovGuam employees have been frozen since the start of the current fiscal year last October. However, Byrne said he was only made aware of the pay adjustment yesterday afternoon by Carlson. Byrne said he would review the authorization today. He did not know who authorized the increase for Agagi, saying DOA processes it, it does not authorize it. It was done in my absence, said Carlson. I don't know who authorized it. Both Byrne and Carlson were in the States with other members of the fiscal discipline team promoting the recent $30 million bond borrowing when the salary increase was approved. I'm very leery about this, said Carlson. I do not know much more about it other than it got done. We'll have more news after this.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Calaguan Hafa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. Half a day. I'm Mark Benventi of Santa Rita, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voice of our community and sharing thoughts and issues that affect us all. It all boils down to our people, our land. Protei Igumama. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
10 minutes past 6 a.m. here at The Point. The mayor of Agate stands to receive years of back pay and possible reinstatement to his past job as a Port Authority of Guam accountant, even after the Civil Service Commission ruled that he did not meet the qualifications for the job because he did not have an accounting degree and completed only an associate's degree in marketing. Kevin Siswico applied and was hired for an Accountant 2 position at the port way back in October 2011. But a post-employment audit several months later led to the discovery that he was not qualified. He was fired in January 2013. He appealed his termination. In the meantime, Siswico went on to be elected vice mayor of Agate in a 2015 special election and subsequently became mayor, a position that pays $75,000 a year. As for his appeal, a Superior Court judge ruled he should be reinstated, and in a decision issued on Tuesday, the Guam Supreme Court agreed based on a technicality. The justices of the High Court decided that the port violated the 60-day rule because they did not terminate Siswico within the 60 days required after learning that he was not qualified for the job. Competition between China and the U.S. in Micronesia was a subject of concern at the opening of a regional shippers conference at the Hotel Nico yesterday. Micronesia Shipping Commission Vice Chair Charles Obachang of Palau said Micronesia's delicate situation as a waypost rather than a destination post puts the region at the mercy of major disruptions on the international scene. And tensions between the superpowers, he said, is a major concern, referring to the world's two largest economies by name, China and the U.S. He told the conference delegates that while the prospect of international seaborne trade in the region is bright, the rising trade protectionism and inward-looking policies are nevertheless something to be concerned about. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now take a look at our weather.
Well, maybe I'll take a look at the weather. I don't know. It seems to be a bag of questions over a lot of the big stories that we're talking about today. So take everything with a grain of salt. Huh?
I just think it's funny that the discipline team took a couple of days off island, and these guys were like, "Hey, let's give money away. You get
a raise. You get a raise. You get a raise."
Right on.
What? Who wants to go first class? Who's flying first class? All right, here's the first class. We're all in first class today. There's nobody riding in the Section 8 place of the airplane today. We're all riding in first. All right, yeah, it's going to be that kind of day here, kids. Partly cloudy skies, isolated showers. I got southwest winds, 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming light, and variable after sunset. Expected highs today about 90 degrees. Overnight low should be about 78 degrees. I got sunset tonight about 6:48. Sunrise this morning was at 6:05. Watch for about the same action tomorrow. What kind of day is it going to be? What's the ride to work going to be like today? Well, the best way to do that is to take a look at the weather radar, and I think I might be able to get that up on the screen so everybody can see it. And Michael Knight or Duke Skywalker in the Point Weather Center will be able to describe what it is that we're looking at. And winds, again, coming from a weird direction.
Yeah, from the west. I also sent something on Point WhatsApp that's going to actually factor into this deal. We got a lot going on right now. For us today, just a chance of isolated showers or thunderstorms, maybe some of those island effect thunderstorms. We're getting that westerly flow, so these storms will pop up pretty quick and affect mostly the eastern shoreline. It got a lot going on in terms of what's ahead, though. I think that's really the big story. For the next couple of days, we'll see more of this kind of weather. But the computer forecast models, and in particular the GFS, which we're showing on the screen right now, this is the output for Monday. What we see here is 3 tropical cyclones to our east. What's happening is this monsoon trough is getting its act together, and we've got the incoming Madden-Julian oscillation peak also arriving at about the same time, and this is what happens when that does. You get a lot of these little spinnaroos that keep popping up. The model, I don't know, I think it's on crack or something. We've been talking about it through the weather circles. It's actually showing a triple Fujiwara interaction just southeast of Japan of these 3 systems. What it means
Mercury
for
in
us,
retrograde.
Yeah, what it means for us is we're going to be getting a very moist southwesterly flow, and the Filipinos will know the word well, the habagat. It's going to be very reminiscent of that if this particular model output plays out. Again, we like to avoid doing model stuff because it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
But the long and the short of it is starting this weekend, we're looking at an uptick in the chances for rain, and it could last well into next week and even beyond that. So perhaps some good soaking rains coming in for us in the coming days.
No, I think dry season's all over.
Absolutely. Looking at the satellite right now, down to our south is a lot of the moisture associated with this trough. Off to our northwest is 94 WNvest. Off to the northeast, 93 WNvest. You've got a tropical storm off southwest of the Philippines, and this is just the start of it all. So we just got a lot to look forward to going into next week. So just keep your eyes to the skies.
I just printed this out here from the Weather Channel.
Yes.
The experts at the Weather Channel, world's most active tropical cyclone basin, the Western Pacific. That's our neighborhood. This our Asia hood has been strangely quiet in 2019. A typhoon hasn't formed in the Western Pacific basin since February. Tropical cyclone activity in the basin has been roughly half of normal through late July. It's been eerily quiet, they say, so far in 2019, with roughly half the tropical cyclone activity of an average year through July. On February 25th, we all remember Super Typhoon Wu-Tip became the first February Category 5 typhoon on record. Estimated winds up to 160 miles an hour, and that went west of Guam. And my recollection, because me and my fast hiking buddies had a great time out in the boondocks hiking during Condition 1, because we're nuts like that. Since then, they say it has been quiet. 5 months since the last typhoon. That's only the third time since 1950 that the basin has failed to generate a single typhoon from late February through late July. Philip Klotzbach wrote on Twitter, still 0 typhoons in the western North Pacific since February 27th. Only 2 other times on record since 1950 have there been 0 typhoons between February 28th and July 23rd, those years being 1975 and 1998.
Yes,
Eerily quiet in the hood. So I'll give you a copy. I'll send you a copy of this here in a couple of minutes, because I think it's kind of interesting. And then they go into some real technical stuff that I'm not even going to pretend to understand. It's just as they say, it's quiet, but you're starting to see some blobbage starting to foam up, and we'll see what kind of impact that has on us. That's news and plenty of weather right here on 93.3 The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 65 years.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Portions of the program on the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by my pals over at Ruby Tuesdays. And it's not Tuesday anymore, but that doesn't mean they can't get in there. Best starters, lunches, and apps, priced to please. And brand new Ruby Tuesday favorites menu. We got dips and wings and burgers and tacos and steaks and salmon with toppers and plenty more. Available for a limited time at Ruby Tuesdays Guam. Also brought to you by American President Lines APL with a global presence and a local home. Finally, the summer of Jeep has been extended. It was supposed to end yesterday, but they said, no, keep it going through August. And now here we are. And I think maybe that's a point that's got to be made here. It's August. It's August the 1st. What happened to most of 2019? Wasn't it just January? Were we not just celebrating New Year's and inaugurations? No more celebration on that, I think. At any rate, so here we are, and now through the end of August, there'll be the Summer of Jeep happening over at Cars Plus. That means you've got another 30 days or so to do a test drive on a Wrangler or a Cherokee or a Compass or even a Grand Cherokee. 1.99% APR, and you're going to love the guys in the service department. 618, and there we go. That's the start of the show.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
What's the rush? What's the deal here? 619, the rushing through the year, and let's rush some pay raises along, and everybody gets to fly first class. Yeah, for heaven's sakes, this is a tiny island of Guam. We're vital. We're on the move. We're on the go. And nobody in the Section 8 section of the newspapers of the airplanes. You just go right in the front and stop and just ask the lady at United, I'm with the government of Guam. Which one of these 12 seats is mine? And can I sit down? Can I have my mimosa here? And don't worry about it, because even if it's discovered, somebody will come up with a cleverly worded press release and a statement that says it has to do with
it violated the 60-day rule.
That too. Violated the 60-day rule. This is one of those. This is going to be a head scratching morning. There is, and before I get around to welcoming everybody aboard, just know that when you pick up the Guam Daily Post, there's just a whole bunch of stories. And these guys are good. This Kevin Kerrigan, we got Gaynor, Nick Delgado out there. but there's still a whole lot of. You'll read the stories and you go, wait a second. There's got to be some more to this. What do you mean? The guy was not qualified for the job, so they fired him, and then he appealed, but because of a technicality and a violation of the 60-day rule, which has been one of these long-time gotchas that we've got in the system, he's going to go ahead and get his job back. Now I don't know while Kevin Siswico has been the mayor of Agate whether he's gone back to school to become a full-fledged accountant or whether he is eligible for the job. So what happens? We reinstate him, and then they fire him again because he might still not be qualified for the accountant 2 position? And then this thing with Esther Agaga. This is going to be. I am dying to hear what you guys have got to say. 888-825-5888-TALK. Now, don't let you guys. You're tempted to let the usual pundits go ahead and carry the water for you, but I am dying. Just a couple of minutes. Get on the phone. Tell me what you're thinking about all of this stuff. What you're thinking about this new government of Guam that we seem to have, that's living the high life. They're not buying that cheap old Milwaukee beer. They're not.
The fiscal discipline team.
Fiscal discipline, you know what that is? That is plausible deniability is what that is. I'm sorry, wait, we were out of town. What do you mean that somebody got a raise while we were out of town? That's impossible. Who authorized this? Well, we're going to get to the bottom of that and sort all of that stuff out. I'm sorry. Well, it's like watching wrestling. Isn't it? It's like watching wrestling. You know, you get somebody just getting pummeled by the guy, and the referee is off looking at something else, and you're yelling at the television. No, never mind the guy. Never mind. Look at the guy. He's getting the snot kicked out of him, and you're looking in the wrong direction. Plausible deniability. That's what that is. 988-5874 if you want to WhatsApp me. I'd love to hear from you on that venue as well. But I haven't said hello to everybody yet. What do you mean there's already somebody that wants the yak on the phone? Who could it be now already? All right, the other governor here, Ken Leon Guerrero. Everybody on Facebook Live, hold on. I'll get to you guys in a second. But like I said, there just has got to be some semblance of I don't even want to call it outrage. It's just there's this just furious amusement that's in my head right now. Anyway, good morning, Ken. How you doing?
I'm not sure yet. I'm
Gabberflasted.
trying to wrap my head around the fact we fired somebody because he didn't have the qualifications, but we have to hire him back and pay retroactive pay for work he didn't do because he wasn't qualified. If that doesn't say we need to reorganize our justice system, I don't know what does.
Well, it's the justice system, but it's also the protections of the Civil Service Commission and the rules of engagement. Now, and it strikes me as odd that this would have happened. Now, who is
by the legislature?
No, but they'd already changed it. I mean, in light of all of the 60-day rule technicalities, they changed it to 90 days, but it didn't apply. It did not apply retroactively to Siswico's case based on the dates. If I'm reading Gaynor's story right?
Well, that's why we're pushing for the Corrupt Practices Act, where we can turn around and file actions against these managers who, at great pay and great expense and supposedly great competence, are paid so high, but they continue to screw up. I mean, now we're paying an accountant at the port $600,000 for work he didn't do because he was fired. We're paying a plumber $700,000 for work he didn't do because he was incorrectly fired. Now we're paying a mayor how many years of salary for work he didn't do because he was fired because he wasn't qualified for the job.
It was January 2013, so we got 6 years worth of back pay that Kevin's going to be is now eligible for, if I understand this.
Yeah. It just shows I can't say that we weren't warned about this, because if you look at the video link I posted on the live stream there, that goes back to August 2018, and I'm referring to the $41,000 pay raise for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this follows Angel Sablon. She beat Angel Sablon. Well, not technically. Angel Sablon got a $53,000 pay raise to manage 6 people.
Yeah.
I think she manages more than 6 people, but the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration is going to try to do the same cakewalk that the Calvo team did, but rather than doing it all at once and giving a group of about 150 people massive retroactive pay raises. She's going to do it one at a time and hope nobody notices, because apparently nobody at the Department of Administration noticed.
And BBMR. Well, like I said, and it seems to me it's plausible deniability. These guys were off doing the work of the people and taking out a loan for $30 million for the what is it called, the landfill that we've got out there, and so we can develop this other cell instead of burning the trash. I'm sorry, that's a fight you and I like to get into. But the deal is these guys, while they were looking off in that direction, somebody apparently took advantage of the fact that there was no adult supervision and authorized and submitted the documentation that would provide for an increase here. So the answer, we don't know who did that. Well, how many people would be capable of doing that? I mean, is it Governor of Guam and the Chief of Staff, Lieutenant Governor? Where did it come from?
You're not even touching the more obvious question that should be asked.
I'm not?
How many more government of Guam employees got massive retroactive pay raises that nobody knows about because a clerk in Department of Administration is their final swan song before leaving to become in the federal service or moving to the mainland? Said, hey, I have a great idea. I'm going to give massive retroactive pay raises to 250 of my friends.
You know who ought to be just the most pissed off of everybody here is anybody that is a teacher in the government of Guam that has been waiting for any kind of increments, and when the increments come, they won't be retroactive.
What about the people that had their pay cut because of the Pay Act?
Oh, yeah.
And now we're looking at the justification. I mean, to go from step 1 to step 13, I mean, this is pervasive through all of government of Guam. I mean, look at Roy Respicio. Joanne Brown took 8 years to get from 98,000 to 169 through continuous appraisals and job performance reviews. Roy Respicio steps in at 169 day one. Tom Atta, he stepped in and gave himself an $11,000 pay raise. So what we're looking at is, I mean, if you watch that video, I predicted this. It's a 7-minute video, but I predicted this, and it's coming through with a vengeance. So I don't know whether to be vindicated or horrified.
Let's be both. Let's be both. 6:27 in the morning.
Vindicatedly horrified.
Ken, let me take care of the how do you do's here and get a couple of other things going this morning and before it gets to be too late.
I just thought I'd help set.
No. I appreciate that. You're definitely not alone. There's folks on the Facebook that are certainly not grinning right now. Charlene Marchessault online. Nick Pulaski says Major General Rodley and Guerrero stated he only made $81,000 for the same position. Tag and NG. This is a snafu. Carlson better be careful. He spoke up against Her Highness, and he might be looking for a new job. What? A job? You only get to sit in the economy section in that new job, I'll bet. Lady D's online. There's Ken LG. Now that the Agate Mayor story just makes things better, taxpayers are going to have to pay salary for a job he isn't qualified for and didn't do because the courts can't use logic as part of their decision process. Time to get new judges. Nick says, there's the change she promised us. Neats is saying, don't you think a government-wide qualification desk audit should be conducted? I may work for GovGuam, but I still feel cheated. John Duane is, I'd like to see the paperwork and the process that reclassifies the position from a step 1 to a step 13. I think that should have happened first. Then you look at catching up with the person that's in the seat. John Brennan says, Buenas from Oahu, Hawaii. The Point. My listening go for the news, updates, and the happenings back home on Guam. Mahalo to you. John Brennan, nice to see you online. Sabine says, morning over here, looking for 0730 to get off work. There's Pam Duvall. Nick says, recall. I got Randy Kruger, Lou Sanchez online. Mark Cruz is waving. So is James Schmidt. Richard Leone. Randy Kruger's online. Who else is playing around? Ismail, if you're planning on becoming a dictator, you best have the leader of your military and police in the pocket. Let me see. Melinda Shelton's online. Cheryl Oshai. Richard Leone. Feeling good and great. Guam, where America's day begins. That's the most coherent thing I've seen you've write so far, Richard. I can hardly wait to hear what else you've got to say. Debbie Wise saying, could you hear the collective what all over the island as Kevin announced the pay increase for Adjutant General Agagi? She's highly qualified, but how does this happen to anyone? Is someone trying to cast aspersions on her leadership and reputation by putting her in this uncomfortable position? An appalling situation. Good morning, Simon. Got Bert Duarte there. Mingo Ree. Great day to be in talk radio. It absolutely is. Tony D'Angelo, amen, Ken. She's not shy, that's for sure. Big slap in our faces. Sandra De Leon Guerrero, the rush is because I'm excited to become home for a visit to Guam. I see Anita Santos is there. Tony D'Angelo, how's everybody like Lou and Josh now? Fast and furious, LOL. In with Lou, says Nick. Again, Kylan Eckert is online. James Adkins, Vince Minglo, Camacho is there. Desk audits, if done correctly, would help. There's plenty more. I don't have time to read everybody's name right now. This a full house, and seems like everybody's got an opinion one way or the other on the headlines. So let's get updated on the headlines, shall we? From the Guam Daily Post, here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning. Of the 4,590 construction workers employed on Guam, 3,653, or nearly 80%, are permanent, tax-paying island residents. As of yesterday, only 937 of those workers are skilled foreign laborers who have been issued H-2B visas, according to Greg Massey, the administrator of the Alien Labor Division at the Guam Department of Labor. The rest are U.S. citizens living and working here on island. The Guam Daily Post contacted Massey for a comment after a news release from Senator Clint Ridgell Tuesday suggested that most of the construction work for the military buildup would be done by non-resident foreign workers on H-2B visas. That would not be accurate, said Massey. Only a small subset of the occupations that are needed for construction would be coming in as H-2Bs, he said. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero defending her decision to authorize business class travel for former two-term Governor Carl Gutierrez, who is now her chief advisor for economic development, national and international affairs. The governor telling the Guam Daily Post that providing Gutierrez with the business class opportunity is minuscule compared to what he has done for our people. The governor said Gutierrez is making frequent long-distance trips on behalf of her administration, and that's a big toll on your body. She said his contribution to the people of Guam needs to be recognized. The 78-year-old Gutierrez told the Post yesterday that travel is not easy. When he took the job in January, he said there wasn't any money to fly off and meet with potential investors, so he paid his own way. Gutierrez said he's paid for the airfare for half of the 8 overseas trips that he's taken so far. He said the trips he has taken have generated interest and visits to Guam by potential investors, some of whom he said he has hosted at his own home. Attorney General Levin Camacho has joined nearly 24 other attorney generals urging Congress to pass legislation to help states address the public health threat posed by the contamination of the nation's water resources by PFAS chemicals. Certain PFAS chemicals have been found in Guam's drinking water supplies. The joint letter to Congress was sent to congressional leaders on Tuesday. It asks for several initiatives, including medical screening for PFAS exposure, a ban on the use of firefighting foam containing the chemical, and the designation of certain PFAS chemicals as hazardous substances under federal law. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Thanks very much. 6:34 is iConnect time. There's somebody going to answer the phone, even if you call now, I think. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, 888-8888 is their telephone number. Maybe wait a little while and call them up and ask them about how you can save some money on your mobile and internet plans at iConnect.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
I got you. Wendy's has now got the biggie back. Get a bacon double stack with a quarter pound of fresh beef, nuggets, fries, and a drink for only $5. People were raving about this. If you're not one of the people that got a 50% increase from the government of Guam, maybe this is a great way that you're going to get a fantastic lunchtime meal without spending a lot of money. Wendy's Biggie Bag is everything you could wish for.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
I got to tell you, I'm in love with apps like that. Save me a trip to the bank, 6:35 in the morning. What have I got for you here? Traffic north and southbound Marine Corps Drive, not looking so bad here. All the way up in the Dededo place, all the way into Dededo. Doesn't look like there's going to be anything slowing you down all the way into the Kmart and Upper Tumon area, going to Lower Tumon this morning. You might want to take some time. A little starting to busy up over by the ITC building. And let me see here. So Marine Corps Drive traffic into the downtown Agutnia area looking good on Route 4. There's nothing to slow you down on Route 10 or Route 8. Then let me scooch down on the map and see what's happening over at Big Navy. That's running clear for right now, and it doesn't look so bad over at Navy Hospital. 6:36 right now, traffic happening here on The Point.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Well. Whatever their fiscal crisis was last year, that must be over now. We got that increase in the business privilege taxes, and it looks like there's going to be a surplus. So let's spend it as quickly as we can. We got to spend the money while it is in the pot right now. Otherwise, what's going to happen is the legislature is going to go through the budget process, and they're going to take it away from us. They're going to go through it and say, no, you're not supposed to spend that money there. This is our slushy money, and you're not allowed to do that. And so that's why they're going to be handing out raises and all of that stuff, hand over fist. Like I said, if you were a member of the teaching class in this community, what is going through your mind right now? Are you seeing all kinds of people that flying first class, living that jet set life? Yeah, I'm sure there's another side of that story. We'll get around to it in a little bit. But the raises and the increments that everybody else seems to be getting. But any police officers out there? Any cops out there get a raise? Anybody in the fire department getting any big raises? Have you got unstuck increments? Retroactive, by the way? Is any of that stuff happening for you? Nope. There seems to be an incredible disparity, does it not? And then, of course, you got everybody in the private sector, the people that are actually paying the taxes into this morass going, what? Wait a second. We're out here living paycheck to paycheck. We got the cost of living has gone up because the cost of everything has gone up. Cost of gasoline has gone up. And now we hear about everybody that should be having at least as tough a time as we are. It's a tricky world, isn't it? Pay attention. Now, and as much as I'd love to spend all morning talking about that, let me just quickly break away into something that is as important, and that is back to school time. And even though the official first day of school is not for a few days off, there are some orientations that are going on August the 1st. That's today. Including Maria Uzoa. They've got kindergarten orientation starting at 9. That will be in the cafeteria. Agata Johnson has orientation today for 6th graders and new students from 9 until 10. Jose Rios, 6th graders and new students, again, from 9 until 10. That's in the cafeteria as well. Lewis and Talon Middle School, 6th graders only, and that's M through Z. I'm sorry, wait a second. That's everybody. It's A through L from 9 to 10:30, and M through Z from 11 until 12:30. Again, Lewis Antolon students have got orientation today. Ocean View Middle School, 6 and new students starting at 8 o'clock in their cafeteria. Even Simon Sanchez High School has got orientation today. A through L, your orientation starts at 8. M through Z, your orientation starts at 10:30. And Teedson High School, 10th and 11th and 12th graders will have your orientation from 9 until 11 at a place called The Throne, which is shorthand for gymnasium. And there we go. 6:40 in the morning. And as I said, table of contents, lots of question marks on all of this stuff. We've got back pay for fired accountant, now the mayor of Agate. He was fired back in January of 2013. But because of a technicality involving the 60-day rule, and let me make a prediction. The 60-day rule, actually what it is now is the 90-day rule, is going to be the savior for a certain bus driver who probably should have been hauled into before the mast. Because this bus driver apparently realized he had a couple of kids that were on the wrong bus. So rather than taking them back to the school he found them at, or taking them back to the bus shop, he dropped them off in the middle of Route 15 somewhere. And in my mind, that's a termination. I'm sorry. There are rules in place. You knew what they were. You should have gotten fired. So what's going to happen is there's currently, quote, an investigation taking place on this individual. Nothing is going to happen, or there might be some kind of administrative action. But how long has it been? That was before the end of the school year, wasn't it? Last day of school? Is that almost 90 days ago? Is it possible that this person is going to get fired? There's going to be an appeal before the Civil Service Commission, and based on that technicality, they'll land themselves back in a job. That's my prediction here. So watch and see. Originally wanted to talk to him about the retrial on the Mark Torrey case, and I'll get around to doing that. But here's somebody that's got experience with the Civil Service Commission and might be able to breathe some life into the nature of the 60-day rule and the 90-day rule, and how it seems to be being used recently as a club against the taxpayers for some of these employees. Good morning, Senator Klitsky. Nice to have you back on the radio.
Good to be on the point, Ray.
Well, it certainly is. I'm getting lots and lots of compliments about your program these days. So I'll make the plug. If you're not listening to The Point between 4 and 6 o'clock in the afternoon, you are missing out on A, some great talk radio. B, if you're not advertising between 4 and 6 o'clock in the afternoon on The Point, you're missing out on getting to the ears of people that are going to be great customers for you. Just FYI. Anyway, so Civil Service Commission, 60-day rule, 90-day rule. Do you concur with me that sometimes it feels like that's being used as a club against taxpayers around here?
Well, it is indeed a club against taxpayers, and it's something that ought to be fixed.
Okay. How do we fix that? Who's in charge?
Well, the legislature, and the legislature took a stab at it by changing it from 60 to 90. But one of the keys is this, that the time runs from the time that management knew or should have known about the infraction of the rules.
That sounds wiggly to me. Known or should have known.
It's tough. And there's an old case called the Strattard case, going back to the Guam Police Department back in the 80s, where a police officer had committed a firearms violation. It wasn't a serious firearms violation, but it was a firearms violation. And a sergeant in the police department was aware of the violation and did not promptly forward the notice of that violation up the chain of command. But when the matter got to the Civil Service Commission at that time determined that the 60 days ran when the sergeant knew of the violation, not when the chief of the police knew of the violation. Right. So that's part of the problem. Second part of the problem is that the chargeability aspect, the knew or should have known, really gives the Civil Service Commission an awful lot of unfettered discretion to determine when the time period began.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels so unbelievably subjective.
I think that's correct. The third problem is that the end of the period runs when management serves the final notice of adverse action on the employee. And the way adverse actions work, if an employee has committed misconduct, management must serve upon him a notice of the rules that he's violated and the penalty that he is going to be looking at. The employee then has 10 days to come before the director in writing, in person, with a lawyer, however he wants to do it, tell his side of the story. Only after that can the appointing authority terminate the employee by serving that final notice of adverse action. So instead of the final notice, it should be that initial notice of adverse action. If you've got the complaint in the employee's hands during the time period, that should be sufficient. And by dealing with a fixed time period, especially a short fixed time period, several possible bad results arise. One, because the time is compressed, management may have to make a decision that's too hasty. May have to fire somebody who shouldn't be fired because the time is running out, or maybe not fire somebody who should be fired for the same reason.
Yeah, because they can't get their act together in 10 days.
And then the second thing is that it requires the devotion of too much resources in some of the agencies like police, fire, and corrections, where the majority of the disciplinary actions arise, in order to stay within that timeline, especially when you're dealing with people who attempt to conceal their misconduct. So no matter how you look at it, it's a tough one on the public, especially with the Suswiko case, where he should never.
Well, yeah, and on its face, I mean, it defies logic. I mean, I know Kevin, he's a nice guy, and I never hear anybody complaining about things that are going on in Agate. So I'm assuming at least he's earning his $75,000 a year taking care of that beautiful village. But the point is that he applied for a position for which he was not qualified. Upon review, they terminated him based on that because he was not qualified for that position. He appeals it before the Civil Service Commission, appeals it before the courts of Guam, and they restore him to a position that he wasn't qualified for to begin with. How does that make any kind of sense?
Really? And then there's another aspect.
And now we're going to give him back pay for work that he didn't do, that he couldn't have done, he could not have accomplished because he didn't meet the qualifications for that position.
Correct. And then in that case, the Civil Service Commission has the ability to review any personnel action and set it aside and void it if it's outside the rules, the personnel rules of the government. And that's how the Suswiko matter first came to light. The Civil Service Commission found it and gave notice to the port saying this guy should not have been hired because he didn't meet the qualifications. Now, the way I read the statute at the time, the Civil Service Commission could have said, therefore, tell him to pack his stuff and get out because he's not fired. Rather than being fired, his appointment is declared void. But that didn't happen. The Civil Service Commission notified the port. They had a hearing to decide what to do about it, and they gave the port 60 days to try to figure out what to do about it.
Not long enough?
Just acting on the statute in the first place and just saying his appointment is void, say goodbye to him. And then, taking into consideration that, I think that a sound argument could have been made that one cannot be compensated for something that would have been illegal ab initio. It should have been illegal to pay Suswiko in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you compensate someone for, for doing something that he should not have been doing in the first place?
Well, I hope that the new management over at the port, I hope that Roy Respicio looks at that and says, I'm going to fight it. I'm going to appeal that. It's not like the port has all kinds of money. And it doesn't sound like something that the port users should have to pay for.
Well, once the Supreme Court rules, that's kind of the end of the game.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't sound like they've made a judgment yet on how much he should be compensated.
Well,
I've not read the ruling, but
it's called mitigation of damages.
Yeah.
when an employee is fired, he has a duty to go out and look for comparable employment. And if he doesn't look for comparable employment, he's not entitled to any damages at all. If he does and can't find it, then he's entitled to damages. But any work that he did, any pay that he received during the time he was fired, is set off against the award of damages.
Oh, that'll be interesting to watch. Hey, listen, we'll talk again about the Tory retrial. Maybe you'll riff on that this afternoon. I got a bigger name on line 2, so I'm going to let you run.
Oh, the governor called?
It's the former governor.
Okay.
Close enough. It's the only other big name, right? It's got to be somebody whose title begins with Governor so-and-so. Yeah. All right, Judge, I'll talk to you pretty soon and listen to you at 4 o'clock this afternoon here on The Point. 888-8255.
I'll yield my time to Carl Gutierrez.
Yes. Thank you very much for yielding your time. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Good morning, Uncle Carl. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray. Thanks for calling me.
Well, because I wanted to find out a little bit more about your travel authorizations here. What an interesting story this is.
Well, I just arrived yesterday, and I wasn't ready to talk to anybody. I was just trying to catch up on my as they say in tomorrow, my jet lagging.
Jet lagging. I got a picture of you in Taiwan holding what it's either an island, a carving of the island of Taipei, or it looks like maybe a ham. Which is it?
I don't know what it was, but it was from the vice mayor of Taichung. And he was an ambassador to Marshall Islands before, so he traverses this area a lot, and he retired as an ambassador and won as the vice mayor of Taichung, which is a very, very nice city in the central part of Taiwan. And they've asked us to come over there and discuss more about their Taichung hospital. And I believe about 300 of our people actually get referred there to that hospital. And the situation was that they have to fly into Taipei and then take the train down to Taichung.
Yeah.
While they do have a nice international airport there, they want to know whether we can push to get a nonstop flight from Taichung to Guam. And because there's so many people there that want to come to Guam without having to go up to Taipei. And so that was one of the discussion. And then they have their huge lantern festival in January, first week of January, and they want Guam to bring this Guam Visitors Bureau people there and set up a space for just for Guam to promote Guam. At that, because millions of people do come to that Lantern Festival, and so those are the things we're talking about. But primarily the hospital situation where Taichung has been. I don't know if you read the other day about Mrs. Clement. I don't know which hospital.
That's Yuan. It's Yuan's General Hospital. In fact, that very day I had the doctor and the lady, the sales ladies, not sales, the marketing lady, Buffy was in the studio talking about that and seeing if they could drum up some interest in the idea of bypassing, say, Honolulu, California, and even Japan, and seeing if you could get some medical care and treatment in Taiwan and or Taichung.
I know I believe she's from Kaohsiung, but I don't know which hospital she visited.
Yeah, it's Kaohsiung. All the names sound the same to me, but yeah, south of Taiwan.
But she was in Kaohsiung.
Okay.
Okay, I know. I'm just asking, but between Kaohsiung and Taipei is Taichung, and Taichung is where 300 people supposedly go there from Guam yearly.
There's no reason why we couldn't get more locals on the airplanes to go and check out those hospitals and do some tours there. And I'd like to see an increase in outbound travel from that island.
Yeah, but this trip to Taiwan particularly, because we had come with some people that like to have investments move forward here in Guam. I have met with we sat down with I'm sure you're familiar with the YPO, the Young Presidents Organization. And these are the movers and shakers of Taiwan and anywhere in the world, really. You have to be in a pretty big category to be a member of the Young Presidents Organization.
Yeah.
And they were all there, and these are the ones that actually kind of tend to say where their investments should all go. And Guam now has been picked, and hopefully by August 15th we'll have a group here to look at certain projects that has been proffered to them, which means hundreds of millions of dollars of development, upgrades of certain hotels, etc. And I just heard this morning that the trip I made to China for about a $400 to $500 million project is moving forward. They're negotiating the fees for the final designs.
For which project now?
It's a $400 million project for Guam. I'll let them make that announcement, but I think I showed you a rendering of what they had done. And so it's pretty big. Maybe it's about a $5 billion project.
Nice.
750-room hotel.
750-room hotel?
Yeah.
All right. We'll wait on Janella or somebody from the governor's office to spill the rest of the beans on that. And is that justification? Does that justify the first-class travel?
Hey, how old are you, Ray?
57 years old this year.
Well, I'm 78 almost, and I tell you, it's not like just getting on and going on a pleasure trip. We get on, I get on that plane, and you know, you got to collect your thoughts, you got to go right into meetings and move around. It's you know, I've traveled before when I was governor, but did not cost the government of Guam one penny. For 8 years I traveled, and because I was a member of the management committee of Continental Airlines, so and I gave also a pass to Madeline. She traveled for free also for 8 years, as well as other leaders of all the different islands and governments of the FSM, marshals. I had that done through a court order through Larry Hillblum, where all island leaders get to fly for government purposes wherever they want to go on Continental Airlines. And so that transpired there. But for now, I'm just so thankful that Governor Liu understands, and that when I made the first two trips, it was difficult because they give you the lowest possible class you can ever get on when you do a government trip, and if you miss one, then you got to pay another $200, and if you miss it, you can't get on the next plane. So I can't travel like that. You got to travel where you got a seat, and if you can't make it, then you don't pay extra to get on the next flight.
Mm-hmm.
So those things happen, and for the first three trips I took when I was appointed to this position, I paid for myself. I hadn't been reimbursed. I go there because of the time element, and I wasn't going to wait around to get a budget, but I didn't want the opportunity to get lost. So it's not about going on a pleasure, sitting down. It's trying to get to a place where the opportunity is. As a matter of fact, Ray, just to let you know, I just received last week a request by the Secretary of the National Defense of the Philippines, who read my story and saw the news coverage on TV about my push for the Guam visa waiver. His name is Delfin Lorenzana. He's the secretary, and he had been in the Washington ambassador's office there before, and he liked the idea so much, and he finally loved the idea that somebody has brought it up to the highest level in Malacanang, that he asked me if I could come there on August 12th, sit with him, and he wants to give me some insights and to help me move that project forward so that the Filipinos can get a Filipino visa waiver to Guam only. And the trip that I had gone there 4 times, only once paid by the government, 3 paid by me, has resulted in the Consul General of Guam getting instructions from Malacanang by the Executive Secretary to work with me, and hopefully Governor Liu is putting together the executive order that would put the government of Guam and the Consul General's office here as a team to move forward the Guam Visa Waiver Program only and bring that to fruition. So things are happening. Economic development is not like you go there and you bring money back or you bring something back. It takes a while to get these people here. I've invited you to several gatherings here at my home when these people fly out here from China or from Taiwan or from the Philippines to give them a taste of what Guam is. And I don't use government house or anywhere else. I bring them to my home where they meet people here. And you know that because I've invited you.
Oh, several times. I'm sorry I haven't had the opportunity to make those meetings. I certainly appreciate the age factor, and I appreciate the idea that many of these trips that you've paid for have been out of your own pocket. But I do have to make I have to sit at the other side of the table, and there are many people that are critical of the practice, and in fact referring to it as cronyism. What's your response to them?
Well, well, like I said, if you're going to work and you've got to be at your optimum when you get there, and I'm just saying that you cannot collect your thoughts sitting somewhere in between two other seats like that, and you can't move around. And if you have to keep getting up to go to the bathroom, forget it, man. They're not going to like you.
7 o'clock in the morning, Uncle Carl. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Have a great day. And hey, listen, let me know if you get a 50% raise too.
Who got 50% raise?
Aggie over at National Guard.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Nobody knows about that. If you knew what the heck was going on with that, you'd apparently be the only one. All right, Fox News is playing now, so I got to let you go.
She probably deserves it.
Okay. All right, listen, I got to run. You have a great morning. It is time now for Fox News Live on the Point.
Difficult for the United States to compete in that environment without keeping the rates low, without stimulating its own economy.
Fox Business Network's Jackie DeAngelis at the New York Stock Exchange. Fed Chief Jay Powell also not ruling out another rate cut, but he downplays any expectation for a string of cuts. The Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ all down more than 1% today, their worst day since May. President Trump has been highly critical of recent rate hikes, not satisfied with today's quarter-point cut or the Fed chair's remarks, tweeting a short time ago that Powell let us down. Investigators are downplaying reports of a possible motive in last weekend's deadly festival shooting in Gilroy, California. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal is live in L.A.
Lisa, FBI Special Agent in charge John Bennett had this to say when asked if they found white supremacist writings at the shooter's apartment in Nevada.
That is erroneous and incorrect information.
He said they are following threads of online conversations he was having and are asking FBI behavioral profilers to assess what they've found. As for a book that the shooter told his Instagram followers to read that advocates racist and sexist ideologies.
The book that you're referencing is something from the 1896. I'm not sure that's really a high dollar reading right now, and that is information that anybody can put out.
3 people were killed at this festival, including a 6-year-old boy and 13-year-old girl. Lisa,
thanks, Jessica. This is Fox News.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
A member of the president's cabinet visits Baltimore amid the controversy over the president's recent criticism of the city and its congressman, Elijah Cummings.
There are a lot of excellent, wonderful people here, and there are a lot of good places here in Baltimore as well.
But HUD Secretary Ben Carson also says
there are problems, and we can't sweep them under the rug.
Though he also stops short of defending the president's language, described by some critics as racist, Carson appealing for unity to solve the city's problems. Search and rescue operations continue near China Lake, California, after the crash of a Navy fighter jet. Just the pilot on board, and so far that pilot's status is not known. The cause of the crash is also under investigation. A football Hall of Famer and legendary linebacker for the Miami Dolphins has died. Nick Buoniconti was 78.
A 2-time Super Bowl champion with Miami, Buoniconti was part of the 1972 no-name defense of the Dolphins that helped the team complete the NFL's only perfect undefeated season at 17-0. Buoniconti inducted to the Hall of Fame in 2001, the same year he retired as co-host of HBO's Inside the NFL. In 1985, Nick co-founded the Miami Project to Cure Paralysis after his son Mark sustained a spinal cord injury in a college football game. Nick Buoniconti helped raise nearly $500 million for spinal cord injury research. 2017, he went public with his fight against dementia and said upon his death he would donate his brain to aid research of CTE. Jared Max, Fox News.
Also word today that one of Broadway's greats has died. Hal Prince won 21 Tony Awards as a director and producer, known for groundbreaking shows from West Side Story to Cabaret, Phantom of the Opera, and Sweeney Todd. Hal Prince was 91. Marquee lights on Broadway dimming tonight in his honor. Fox News.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new ciabatta collection. How do you want it?
I'll take the slam poultry.
Sure. Italian ciabatta with mozzarella. When hunger reigns, you're my favorite umbrella. Tasty garlic steak and provolone. With you, my taste buds are never alone. Savory chicken pesto, you have my affection. For you complete the ciabatta collection. Thank you. That was the new ciabatta collection by Subway. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. The mayor of Agate stands to receive years of back pay and possible reinstatement to his past job as a Port Authority of Guam accountant, even after the Civil Service Commission ruled he did not meet the qualifications for the job because he did not have an accounting degree and completed only an associate's degree in marketing. Kevin Siswico applied and was hired for an Accountant 2 position at the port way back in October 2011. But a post-employment audit several months later led to the discovery that he was not qualified. He was fired in January 2013. He appealed his termination. In the meantime, Siswico went on to be elected vice mayor of Agate in a 2015 special election and subsequently became mayor, a position that pays $75,000 a year. As for his appeal, a Superior Court judge ruled he should be reinstated, and in a decision issued Tuesday, the Guam Supreme Court agreed, based on a technicality. The justices of the High Court decided that the port violated the 60-day rule because they did not terminate him within the 60 days required after learning that he wasn't qualified for the job. Two key members of the governor's fiscal discipline team have confirmed that Major General Esther Agagi, the Adjutant General of the Guam National Guard, received a 50% pay increase last week. BBMR Director Lester Carlson and DOA Director Edward Byrne have acknowledged that Agagi received a $41,000 pay hike effective July 24th, boosting her salary from about $81,000 to nearly $123,000 a year. Both said they were not made aware of the salary increase until after it had been approved. Carlson confirmed that the salary increase is retroactive to February 15th when she was appointed Director of Military Affairs. It's not supposed to be retroactive, said Byrne, however. Salary increments for GovGuam employees have been frozen since the start of the current fiscal year last October. However, Byrne said he was only made aware of the pay adjustment yesterday afternoon by Carlson. He said he would review the authorization today. Byrne said he did not know who authorized the increase, saying DOA processes it, it does not authorize it. Carlson said it was done in my absence, and he does not know who authorized it either. Both Byrne and Carlson were in the States with other members of the fiscal discipline team promoting the recent $30 million bond borrowing when the salary increase was approved. I'm very leery about this, said Carlson. I do not know much more about it other than it got done. We'll have more news after this.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. My name is Alicia Blas from Agate, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Putehi Igomamu. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Why am I running? Because IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Woo! We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. But move it, Gray Van! IHOP has crispy chicken!
Run in to try IHOP's new buttermilk crispy chicken strips and pancakes for just $6.99. For a limited time, price and participating restaurants may vary.
10 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. Former Guam police officer Mark Torre Jr. will face a second trial in the fatal shooting of Sergeant Albert Piolo. In a statement from the Attorney General yesterday, Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley said that they have made the decision to retry the case after reviewing the facts and the recent Supreme Court opinion that overturned Torre's original conviction. The trial will be limited to charges of negligent homicide and aggravated assault with a special allegation of use and possession of a deadly weapon. In response to the announcement, Torre's defense attorney, Jay Areola, said his client will again plead not guilty. He continues to maintain his innocence. We will vigorously defend against these accusations as Mark Torre did not shoot Mr. Pielo or hurt him in any way, said Areola. We hope and trust that we will be able to select a fair and impartial jury to retry the case. Of the 4,590 construction workers employed on Guam, 3,653, or nearly 80%, are permanent tax-paying island residents. As of yesterday, just 937 of those workers are skilled foreign laborers who have been issued H-2B visas, according to Greg Massey, administrator of the Alien Labor Division at the Guam Department of Labor. The rest are U.S. citizens living and working on island. Guam Daily Post contacted Massey for comment after a news release from Senator Clint Rigel Tuesday suggested that most of the construction work for the military buildup would be done by non-resident foreign workers on H-2B visas. That would not be accurate, said Massey. Only a small subset of the occupations that are needed for construction would be coming in as H-2Bs. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with a look at our weather.
Yeah, I was looking at the weather a little bit earlier, and now I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Partly cloudy skies today and isolated showers. Winds in the southwest, 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming light and variable after the sun goes down tonight. Highs near 90 degrees, and overnight lows should be about 78 degrees. Sunset tonight, for those of you that are going hunting for it, about 6:48. Can't miss it. Be right there and right off the ocean. And the sunrise this morning was at 6:05. Should see the same thing happening around the island tomorrow morning. And that's what we got for you in the weather. A lot of people hitting the car right now and looking to make their way into work, or orientation for certain students. I'll go over that list again in a little bit. And here now is Michael Knight to tell you what the weather radar is saying about the drive to work in the office.
Yeah, I got a few showers up on the north side, looks like, is a kind of a nondescript line of showers. Moves across the island. That's about what we can expect today, just a pop-up shower or two. Could see some of those island effect thunderstorms as the heat kicks in later on around lunchtime today. If we do see that, given the direction of the wind, it looks like the East Coast will get a hit once again, just about like they did on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So just be ready for that. Looking at satellite, we got a lot going on the satellite. There's a lot of blobbage out there, and some of that stuff is organized. Keep in mind we have just a huge elongated trough of low pressure, a monsoonal trough, if you will, that extends from the Philippines all the way back to our east. We have two designated systems that we can actually see here on this particular satellite photo. We've got 94W up to the north of us. We've got 93W off to the northeast. Now, both these systems are supposed to go ahead and continue pulling off to the north and northwest up around Japan. The models right now showing some pretty significant development in the western Pacific over the next several days. None of this tropical activity will directly affect us in terms of any typhoons or anything, but our rain chances look to increase greatly over the next 7 to 10 days. So stay tuned.
So maybe not grill marks over the weekend, but at least we will get some of the rain and get some of that cheap water onto the plant. 7:14 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Weekday shopping just got exciting. Join the Agania Shopping Center's Shop and Win on Weekdays promo. Shop or dine at any ASC store or restaurant on weekdays from now till October 31st. Show your receipt at the ASC booth and win instantly. Every $20 spent gets you an entry form to win big at the monthly draws, including round-trip tickets to Manila, $500 ASC gift certificates, and more. See posters and print ads for more. Special thanks to Sky Zone, Fundamental Riders, Vince Jewelers, and Wendy's.
Gotcha. 7:15 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by my friends over at Ruby Tuesdays with great starters, lunches, and dinners priced to please on a brand new Ruby Tuesdays favorites menu. Dips, wings, burgers, tacos, steaks, and salmon. And they do the cool thing with the steaks and salmon by offering you different toppers for them. Want to know what a topper is? Well, go to Ruby Tuesdays. Look at the menu. Available for a limited time. Also being brought to you by the American President Line's global presence with a local home. It's the summer of Jeep. This sale was supposed to end yesterday, but they're having so much fun at Cars Plus, they said, keep this going until the end of the month of August. So you've got another month to be able to run up to Cars Plus up in Mighty and get a test drive on the Wrangler and the Compass and the Cherokee and the Grand Cherokee. Finally, portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by Wendy's with the Biggie Bag, a bacon double stack with a quarter pound of fresh beef. You got nuggets, you got fries, and a drink. This is only $5. Why is this so good? Because not everybody got a 50% increase. Retroactive. Check it out. Wendy's Biggie Bag is everything you could wish for.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Jerry walks in, spend all the money while you got it. You know, normally that happens at the end of an administration, not at the actual very beginning of it. You know, that's usually something after you got people in there with hard work and you know, managing traffic after a typhoon or something like that. That's when you come back and say, well, you've done an outstanding job, and we're going to go ahead and give you an increase on the way out of the administration. So, you know, by way of making sure that the next administration doesn't have any money to play with when they get inaugurated. But they're doing it differently this year. You know, people voted for change. That's what happened. People, we come into this election and voted for change. More from Jerry Roberts in a couple of minutes. But I did want to again.
It looks like after this administration gets finished, that's all we'll have is change.
Just nickels and dimes and whatever's under the couch. I'll get a Johnson Middle School. If you got a sixth grader going there, they have got orientation today from 9 until 10 in the cafeteria. 6 and new students at Agata Johnson. That's when you're supposed to report. Jose Rios Middle School, 6 and new students report for orientation 9 to 10 today. Louis Antolon, 6th graders only, and A through L from 9 until 10. M through Z from 11 until 12:30. Ocean View Middle School, 6th graders and other new students at 8 o'clock in the morning in the cafeteria. We've got Simon Sanchez, High, A through L. You go from starting at 8 o'clock, and if you were a Simon Sanchez student, M through Z, you need to report to the gymnasium at 10. Teton High School, your 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students need to be there about 9 o'clock in the morning until 11 in the gymnasium there for orientation. Just a couple more. Maria Uzoa, you got kindergarten kids, 9 o'clock this morning in the school's cafeteria. So those are the August 1st. And it is, by the way, August 1st. I'm trying to figure out what the hurry is to get out of 2019. We're just talking about being in the middle of the year. Now it's August. And then we've got the parade of the Burr months here in just a little bit. And before you know it, it's going to be Christmas again. And I was pondering that this morning as I was getting into the office and wondering, you know, when do I need to become anxious about all of the plans, projects, and deals that I wanted to get started with in January, still not having those done now that we're into the, you know, starting to look at the third quarter.
You're falling behind.
Yeah. I mean, but there's an anxiety. There's, you know, that people are going to have. You know, you just go one day to the next. You deal with your problems and whatever, you know, all of the unexpected things that pop up. And then before you know it, there goes the year. So take a look at that to-do that you put together, that mega list, right, that we always talk about, and see just how much you've been able to get through.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, everybody's the same way. I mean, I got things I wanted to do back in January.
Yeah.
Haven't even started yet.
It's a world domination and the takeover of everything. It apparently still has not happened yet.
Hasn't happened.
All right. Well, I guess we got time to worry about all that stuff. 7:19. Time to take a look at what's happening in the markets today, and it's all ugly. Literally everything is ugly. All of the markets and at home and abroad seem to be running down. The S&P 500 at 32 points in the red. 2,980 is where they closed today. Nasdaq at 81.75. They're off by 100 points, or darn close to it. Off by 333 points. This is good for about 1%, 1.23% worth of a bad close for the Dow Jones Industrial. Sunk back under 27,000. Now 26,864.
Bitcoin up a skosh over yesterday, now at $10,009.90.
Yeah, that makes sense because all the traditional investment schemes seem to be off. So maybe there's going to be some other equities that people are going to start looking at, and we'll take a look and see where maybe gold is going to make some kind of resurgence. I guess they're not happy with the Fed and rate hikes and things like that. FTSE is off by 59 points. The Nikkei closed down 187 points. They're down to 21,521. Hang Seng at 27,777.75. So somewhere out there, somebody is going to say in Hang Seng land, there's some kind of an omen there. Yeah, it's too many sevens in a row or something like that. Shanghai off at by 19 points to close at 2,932. The DAX seems to be closing up today. Natural gas, I don't care about that one. That's up, though. Gold actually off by $15 for an ounce, and silver. Where's silver trading? Only off by about a quarter, $16.28. Still a bargain for silver,
But none of this
I feel
really...
bad for silver. Silver is, it's a great element, and it goes in lots of stuff.
Nah, who cares?
Yeah, it's the gold. Everybody looking at gold.
See, but why do you even care about
Gold's
this?
a better marketer.
Because Carl Gutierrez still invites you to his house.
He does.
He won't even talk to me.
He does.
You realize, and when I got off the air, I was done.
Yeah, that was it for you and him.
That was it. Never another phone call, never another invitation, never anything.
You know why? Because
you're on the air, you get nothing.
Well, I'm just saying.
Because I'm only a bit player on the Ray Gibson show now.
No, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's you're too hard to please when it comes to eating. I'm telling you how many times it's almost a continuous riff. Every time I
ancient history
ever sat down with Jerry Roberts in a restaurant, he'll look at the menu and he'll look at something that he likes. I mean, you can do it right now. Here's the IHOP Anytime menu. Find something. He's lying. No, find something here. Jerry Roberts, the guy, he'd look at a menu and find something after
Give
about
me that menu.
10 minutes of looking. And
where
then,
is it?
But before he orders it, it'll be, I'd like to get the thing with the eggs on it. But could you put the vegetables on the side and make sure nothing is touching?
Get the microphone away from me. Okay, time me.
Go.
Hang on a second. I can read what I got here. Okay, time me.
You don't want to bring up.
Tell me go.
Go.
7:22. Original French toast. Done.
Original French toast. All right. Now you're going to say, I'd like to get the original French toast. Do you have vegan maple syrup that can go on that? And I'd like to. Could you give me the butter on the side and could you melt it just a little bit? That's Jerry Roberts. That's why he's not invited to Uncle Carl's house, because Uncle Carl would have a spread and he'd want to go back to the kitchen. And says, could you make me the ribs this way?
Just ribs.
Well, that's right. You're a vegan guy. Yeah, like vegetarian
ribs.
Ribs.
Vegetarian style, Carl? Is that what you?
Yeah, but today's one of those days with all kinds of question marks, and if you're in the government of Guam, don't worry. At some point, the lucky thing will happen for you. You'll hit the jackpot and get a 50% retroactive raise.
Gosh.
I know. Isn't that something? All right, what a day. 7:23 in the morning. Jerry Roberts, and we do this, we don't argue every day at the same time, but we do the extra point every day at the same time here at this radio station. And it's an opportunity for you, whether you are just starting out in business or whether you've been doing it for a long time. Get a couple of different ways to attack problems and look at opportunities. Jerry Roberts and the extra point, brought to you by Guan Insurance Services and the pros over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
Are you okay with giving your boss some constructive criticism? What? You'd love to, but there's no way you'd ever get involved in that kind of conversation? What if I tell you that deep down inside your boss probably is wishing somebody would? That's coming next on The Extra Point.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery with without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
I owned a company for about 20 years. I made decisions on projects and on people. Most of them turned out okay, and some of them didn't. Sometimes I had to decide without much input, or the input was incomplete. There were times I felt I was alone, flying blind, and just had to guess what to do. Wherever you work, it's likely your boss has felt some of those same emotions during his or her career. It's also likely that they don't get much critical feedback from their team. That's too bad, because all managers need it. And organizations do better when people feel free to communicate to all levels. Further, if their heads are screwed on straight, managers want it. All that said, let's talk straight. Telling our boss a difficult truth, but a truth they need to hear, isn't easy, and it can be intimidating. Maybe there's a fear of retribution, or we're worried that it's not appropriate to question our boss's judgment. Let's lay down the foundation for such a meeting with our manager. The first thing to remember is that our boss almost certainly sees the business from a different perspective and possibly makes decisions based on input we never see. Thus, we want to be careful how we phrase things when we raise issues. We see the business from a narrower perspective, and when we feed back to the boss suggesting that a mistake was made or judgment could have been different, we should do so based on the broader view. Number one, it's best to start with questions rather than statements. Boss, I'm confused over your decision, and then we list the details of that, and then add, can you help me understand? Can you help me understand? Their explanation may answer our concern and save us the embarrassment we'd have felt if we'd opened with, Boss, I think you made a mistake in your last decision. Number two, just because we don't like the boss's decision or direction is not a valid reason for being critical, unless we can add a legitimate concern for the well-being of the company. If that's the case, we can say it this way. Boss, I think we should reconsider our approach on ABC because of the problem that's causing with XYZ. You start with what we need to do, which is to reconsider, followed by the word because, which is then followed by the problem, which is the reason for changing the policy. Number three, if we don't like how our boss has treated us, and that's the reason for the conversation, then we let them know how we feel, but we do so without accusations and without anger or strong emotions. Boss, when you did or said such and such, it made me feel upset and devalued, and I don't think you're the kind of person who would do that intentionally. Role play with yourself before the meeting, imagining what the boss's responses will be as you state your case. I've given criticism to my managers during my career, and by following the basics mentioned here, it's resulted in good conversations and stronger relationships. I hope those are the results you get, too. That's the Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
I got you, 7:27 in the morning, and I just one item of care that an employee should take going into this. Just be aware, though, that unless you've seen your boss's to-do list for the day, and understand, what else is going on. And I mentioned this yesterday. What time did his first work-related email go out this morning? What time did his last work-related email go out last night? Sure. Bosses generally have a lot on their plates. That's why they are the bosses. And you've got to be careful that your interpretation of how he's dealing with schedules or how he's dealing with problems might be seen as just one of those criticisms from somebody that doesn't understand what the pressures are of leadership.
Pressures on leadership, the factors, like I say, the input may be totally different from what you see. You make it, we're locked into as employees, we're locked into a certain area of responsibility. That's all we kind of see and understand. While the boss and them have the broader
360-degree view. Yeah.
And so we may not understand completely the decisions. That's why we say, help me understand.
Or I like your job, I'd like to do your job, which goes back to another riff that we had last week about if you want to get ahead in the company, find about 20 minutes with the boss, and maybe he'll let you into that 360-degree circle,
exactly.
which might also be another thing that you can ponder before you start rolling up on the boss and trying to give him some constructive criticism. It's always helpful to bring with you maybe a tidbit of information, intel maybe on a competitor that he might not know about. and show him that you have got trying to develop that 360-degree perspective.
I like that.
It will help out. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. Again, we do this every day. Who's that? What's that say? Jerry Roberts, nice job. Like your site and your sermonettes. And if you want to get transcripts of these sermonettes. We'll start calling them
I like that. That's
yeah,
okay.
so do I. The sermonettes, all of them are available at GuamTraining.com and the
Except
World
for the
Wide
last
Web.
three. I've been lazy. But these, you want to know why? Because the one we did the other day with you involved,
You got to
I
transcribe?
haven't figured out how to get all that in there yet.
You know what? Just put a link to the YouTube version of it. Maybe that'll suffice. 7:30 or so that morning.
Yeah.
All right, 7:30 or so this morning. Headlines brought to you by GPSI Guam, a professional services company, registered contractor for the federal government. Want to know more about GPSI and Al and everybody? 477-3058. It's also brought to you by Auntie Lolita Cammett at Remax Diamond Realty for all of your real estate needs. She's waiting for your phone call. Wants to help out and answer some questions about real estate. 688-6743. 688-6743. Right now from the Guam Daily Post, here's headlines with Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, competition between China and the U.S. in Micronesia was a subject of concern at the opening of Regional Shippers Conference at the Hotel Nico yesterday. Micronesia Shipping Commission Vice Chairman Charles Obichang of Palau said Micronesia's delicate situation as a waypost rather than a destination post puts the region at the mercy of major disruptions on the international scene. And tensions between the superpowers, he said, is a major concern, referring to the world's two largest economies by name, China and the U.S. He told the conference that while the prospect of international seaboard trade is bright in the region, the rising trade protectionism and inward-looking policies are nevertheless something to be concerned about. For this reason, said Obichang, we continue to seek the best partners who understand our unique situation and sincerely make a commitment to us. Obichang was the opening speaker at the 46th Annual Conference of the Association of Terminal Operators, Stevedores, and Shipping Companies of Micronesia. Governor Lulian Guerrero is defending her decision to authorize business-class travel for former two-term Governor Carl Gutierrez, who is now her chief advisor for economic development, national and international affairs. The governor telling the Guam Daily Post yesterday that providing Gutierrez with the business-class opportunity is minuscule compared to what he has done for our people. Governor said Gutierrez is making frequent long-distance trips on behalf of her administration, and that's a big toll on your body. She said the contribution to the people of Guam needs to be recognized. 78-year-old Gutierrez told the Post yesterday the travel is not easy. When he took the job in January, there wasn't any money to fly off and meet with potential investors, so he paid his own way. Gutierrez said he's paid the airfare for half of the 8 overseas trips he's taken so far. The legislature's Committee on Ethics and Standards has convened to address an ethics complaint, but the details, including who filed it and the issue raised, are being kept tightly under wraps. The Post has learned that at least some members of the legislature have received letters from the Ethics Committee seeking information about the complaint, which apparently was not filed against any specific individual. Senator Joe San Augustine is the chairman of the Ethics Committee. The senator would only say that the committee has met and another meeting is expected soon. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I can do that at 7:33 in the morning on The Point, and that's iConnect time. Swing by the nearest iConnect and ask how they're going to save you some money on your internet and mobile plans.
Parents, start your child's school year right with healthiness and fun. Complete your child's immunizations, annual physical, dental, or eye exam at FHP and receive a free gift for each exam visit. Perfect for back to school. Valid from July 15th to August 31st or while supplies last. Visit their website or Facebook page for more details. Call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
I also get to tell you at this point about maybe running over to IHOP like the guy in the commercial is doing, because they've got the new buttermilk chicken made with all-natural chicken breast, signature seasoning blend. Order that up with pancakes, waffles, or breakfast combo. And you're going, wait a second, pancakes and waffles, that comes with maple syrup. You want to put that on the chicken? Yes, you do. Yeah, try it. It'll change your life. Available for a limited time only. IHOP in Tumoni and Tumon.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Let me see, Traffic Gizmo, and if there's anything that might be slowing you down on the way to work this morning. As Michael said earlier, there looks like there might have been some rain up on the north end of Guam. I looked at the Gizmo. It didn't seem to be slowing anything down. If anything, the south is slow over by Big Navy in Sumai. You might see some traffic up around the governor's office as people are trying to get in and out of that particular roadway. Route 4 clear up until you get up to Sinahanya, but when you get into the downtown Agutnya area, shouldn't be any problems unless you are at an intersection. The busiest one right now seems to be the intersection northbound that is trying to get up on Route 8. What's up with that? Where are you going up on Route 8? What's the big deal up there? Route 8 moving fairly smooth through most of the area. Might see a little bit of traffic over at the intersection where you're trying to get onto Teedson to make your way into the Tumooning area. Teedson's running clear right now on Sunset Boulevard. That's good news. Don't see too much that's going to slow you down Marine Corps Drive other than, as I say, the intersections. Some weirdness going on over by the Wyndham. I've got a slowdown between Ernst & Young and the Wyndham Gardens down there. Don't know what's going on, but if you're in that traffic, you should be fine once you get past that particular area. 8, 10, and 16 going to be looking good for a little bit, although it is busying up northbound. Don't see too much that's going to slow you down in southbound traffic. Little bit of traffic up around Barragata Heights. I don't know, it looks like southbound traffic right in front of Barragata Heights is moving a little bit slower than it normally would today. Listen, if you see an accident, something like that, give us a ring here at the radio station, 888-8255, 888-8255. That's right now.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Calaguan Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
It's 7:37 when we are a little bit out in the cold here. I might take a look at an interview that was conducted by an outfit called The Diplomat. And they did an interview, pretty lengthy interview, with Senior Senator Brian Schatz. Or Schatz, is whatever the case may be. He used to be a lieutenant governor, but when Danny Newey passed away, he became the state senator, and he has been asked a number of probing questions about his thoughts on a variety of topics, obviously that have something to do with Hawaii and the military, as well as the military buildup here on Guam, and I will go over some of that, if for no other reason to point out the fact that we got to be careful where as we tread with certain criticisms and conversations about the military buildup, because it is possible that there's a guy in Washington, D.C., and he's sitting on all the right committees and talking to all the right people. It would not be out of the question at this point with a guy with that kind of firepower to be able to cockroach some of the benefits of the buildup around here. I'll give you details on that before too much longer. It has been a minute since I've had a chance to take a look and see who's playing around on Facebook Live. This is an angry mob on Facebook Live this morning. Rudy Magallanes here. And he says, I've been reading the threads. Did I miss something about somebody getting a pay raise again? Yeah, it's on the front page of today's Guam Daily Post. Or is it? Wait a second. No. It is. That was in yesterday's post, wasn't it? There is today. There it is, page 4. 50% retroactive pay raise for Guard Adjutant General. This you know her. She's been in the program. Esther Agagi, Major General Esther Agagi, has been on the program. We brought her in for a conversation just after she had been picked for that position. At any rate, she's received a 50% pay increase. Two key members of the governor's fiscal discipline team confirmed when asked that she had gotten the raise. Neither one of them were aware that the salary increase was on until they were asked and until after it was approved. How is that possible? Les Carlson, the director of BBMR, and Ed Byrne from the Department of Administration both confirmed that Agagi received a $41,000 pay hike effective July 24th. Her remuneration went from about $81,000 to nearly $123,000. Carlson confirmed that the salary increase is retroactive back to February the 15th. We thought there weren't supposed to be anything doing any retro, and there's a lot of other people in the government of Guam family that have been working without any kind of increments, and when they do come, teachers especially, my understanding is that those are not going to be retroactive. Huh? What's up with that? And so that is one of the things that have got people kind of up in arms. The other one is if, and I don't know how you feel about if you're a resident of Agate. I've never heard anything bad about Agate Mayor Kevin Siswico, but he used to work over at the port, applied for an accountant 2 position, and by and by they discovered that he was not qualified for the position, so they terminated him. And that has since gone through appeal after appeal. It's gone to the Supreme Court of Guam, and the Superior Court decided the other day that he should be reinstated in that position and given the lost wages that he would have earned had he been in that position because of a violation of, at the time, the 60-day rule. They have since changed that at the legislature to the 90-day rule, but it was not grandfathered in this case, so he is going to be apparently reinstated for a position that he is not qualified for and given back pay for that position. Somebody, please, try to explain the logic to me of how all of that is supposed to work. And it just draws into question somebody asking me on a private communication just how much as mismanagement of and wrongful terminations, how much is that going to end up costing the taxpayers? And you go, well, it's the port. It's not going to cost the taxpayers anything. Yeah, it will. It will trickle down to the port users and all the people that use that. They're not going to pay anything extra. They're going to pass that along to all of our customers, and therefore a can of Spam and a case of cold Budweiser is going to be going up. Marcus McManus says, impeach the impeachable. Tony and Pinko Ada are online. Hope you had a great birthday yesterday. Rick Tenorio says, laugh out loud, change. Results aren't always what was expected. It's like the Rolling Stones song. Can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes. Nick Perlowski, there's matter in a hornet. Hey, Rigel, Taitagui, and all the senators, you're going to blame this crap on the buildup? Our own damn governor is creating an economic nightmare, so you might as well blame it on the buildup. Richard Leon just realized salary increases apply to managers of whatever. Expert Lil Lulian Guerrero has been campaigning. Joe Cruz is online, and what have we got here? Shina Mata is online as well. Nice to see you there. Richard Leon and Chilorna Laron online this morning. And congratulations to you, Chilorna, and everybody over at GRMC. I understand that your Walk With Us program that you do over at the mall now is celebrating 4 years. Nice. Alicia Uggan is online. I get a chance to see and hang out with Alicia from time to time, and they're putting the finishing touches on the Habitat for Humanity's quiz night before too much longer. What's up? Pam Duvall is there. Pest. She says, Kenny Williams, you should do a pest control roundup at the government house, Lazy Lature, and over at the courthouse. A. Camacho says, getting ready to watch the Democrats debate. Part 2 was totally entertaining yesterday. Absolutely hilarious. Buddy of mine over at in the States says, I wake up every morning convinced that Donald Trump is going to lose in the upcoming election. And then he says, then I watch the Democratic debate and watch them basically eat each other alive. And go start making plans for the second Trump inauguration. Carlo Branch is on the line. Good morning, Carlo. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
You know what? It's been awesome. Well, you and I haven't had a chance to talk about anything on the air in a long time. But I want to tell you, I do appreciate the conversation that we had at Mescal a couple of weeks ago. They still got stuff turning around in my head based on that.
Well, I'm thankful that I could be of help to you.
Well, and I'd love to tell you about some of those things, but they're just, you know, how sometimes my stock and trade is political gossip, and there was a lot of political gossip going on at the lunch table that day for sure, right?
I don't participate in political gossip.
Well, it's always a couple of boys just sitting around shooting the breeze on politics on Guam. Glamour Magazine. I don't know if you spent a lot of time reading Glamour Magazine there, Carlo.
I think you can tell by the look of me the answer is probably no.
They have got the countdown to 2020, and it says, here are all of the 2020 presidential election dates to mark on your calendar. And Guam is on this calendar. May the 2nd of 2020, Guam will be conducting an election date. It says, for the president. And I said, no, that's probably not going to happen. But it says D, which seems to me that this might be an opportunity for the Democrats to get together and sort out which of the, 40 Democratic potential presidential candidates there are out there might be the one that...
As of right now, I think the number's somewhere around 22.
Yeah.
And you are right, because you are a registered Democrat still, thanks to Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
That while you have some issues participating in the national election, being unable to vote for president from here, where Guam is effective or does have some voice is in the selection of both its Republican Party candidate for president, if we choose, as well as its election of the Democratic Party nominee for president. So you remember that during the Obama versus Hillary run in the president's first election, there was a race for superdelegates because the race was so tight, and there was a race for non-pledged delegates because the race was so tight. So both presidential nominees actually opened up offices here and worked hard to get the Guam vote. And this could be another one of those instances. So yes, the Democratic Party, under the leadership of Chairwoman Lee, is preparing for what we call delegate selection in May. Cullen Tritino and a bunch of others are helping to put that together.
Mm-hmm.
So the initial plans have been sent to the DNC for approval. I think we're making good progress there. So yes, registered Democrats will be able to have their chance at selecting our presidential nominee next year.
All right, and as you pointed out, I am a registered Democrat, although I never get invited to any of the parties. It was Josh Tenorio, actually, the Lieutenant Governor of Guam. I almost said acting governor because that seems to be his title most days around here. But Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio was actually the guy that signed me up right across the street from the Bank of Guam when the office was in there, the old deli thing. So it's possible that there could be another one of these delegate selections that takes place for the Democratic Party here on Guam on May the 2nd.
Yeah, so absolutely we will have delegate selection in May. I believe it is May 2nd, but it might be a few days later.
Well, Glamour Magazine says May the 2nd, and it's Glamour Magazine, so whatever they say is the date that you're getting.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very close. It's usually the first Saturday in May, whatever that is. That's delegate selection. So they are correct. We are having delegate selection in May. We will be participating in choosing the Democratic nominee for president.
Mm-hmm.
And we will be working in the next few days and months to make sure that people have a chance to come out and vote.
Well, and the reason why, and there might be people going, Ray is a registered Democrat, and the reason why is because it was as close as I am ever going to get to being able to participate in the electoral process from the territory.
Absolutely.
And I did not want to miss the opportunity to do that. And you might be wondering who I voted for that year. I voted for Barack Obama because he was the new guy, and and I thought maybe and I really don't like Hillary Clinton. There's something just icky about that lady, and I just could not see casting a vote for her. So I cast it for Barack Obama. It will be interesting as we make our way through the all of the debates and things like that are going to be taking place. Arguably, like our buddy, and I'll tell you who it was, Fred Radewagen, who said that every day he wakes up in the morning convinced that there is no way that Howard Trump, that Trump is going to get a second administration. And then we start seeing the infighting going on in the Democratic Party. You got the squad that seems to be eating up all of the middle ground guys who used to look like super progressives back in the day, but I guess not progressive enough. What are your thoughts on the state of the Democratic Party in the United States?
I think it's a little bit like the state of the Republican Party in the United States. You have, I remember the last series of presidential debates in which there were never Trumpers out of the Republican Party, in which Mitt Romney, the most recent nominee to that point, had opposed the selection of Donald Trump. I still read tweets from Laura Bush calling what the president is doing an outrage. So I think every primary we think that this is more divisive than the last.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember watching 18 Republican candidates basically say that Donald Trump was the second coming of the Antichrist. So I'm not at all surprised that in a partisan primary, people are going to have strong ideological and value-based fights. That happens in the Republican Party. It happens in the Democratic Party. Welcome to a democracy.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's fair enough. I do want to ask a couple more questions now with regard to this. As I pointed out a couple of times already, I got my card. Will everyone be allowed to come into the Democratic tent and cast a vote?
My understanding of the delegate selection plan, which I helped put together this year, is that yes, there still will be same-day voting, same-day registration for voting.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what that means is we want the greatest number of potential Democrats to participate possible, and sometimes people don't know that they were supposed to register separately from the GEC with the party, and so they go, okay, I was registered as a Democrat with the GEC. But why am I not on the party list? And that's because those are two different roles.
Right. Okay. So you've got the election commission roles, and then you've got the party roles themselves.
Right. So generally, the party has taken the stance in each of the nominations that I've been involved in, and I believe in this one, that same-day registration for the purpose of selecting the presidential nominee will be permitted.
So the answer is yes. Hardcore conservative Republicans will be able to sign up and become Democrats, if only for that day to go and vote for the least least dangerous of the Democratic nominees that are on the ballot.
Yes. Same-day registration for voting has been part of the process.
Now I'm making jokes about this, but I'm ticked off eternally that the Republicans don't allow us to do the same thing.
Well, okay, so that's part of the differences between the party, right? We allow for an island-wide vote, and usually what happens in the Republican Party is whoever the highest-ranking official is usually been a governor up to this point. We'll call you guys into the Senate, and the governor will have already picked the nominees, and then you guys all just say yes.
Yeah, it ticked me off. Last time he picked Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz wasn't my guy. And as somebody who identifies conservative, has some Republican value and has some Republican DNA, you'd think that they would have asked all of the rest of us, but they don't. And sometimes I think that's just the audacity of the Republican Party here on Guam. There's one last thing I want to ask. Page 4 of the Guam Daily Post, Legislative Ethics Committee mum on complaint details. And this story is nothing but question marks on it. We've got somebody that is starting to run around with an ethics complaint. They are aware of it. Senator Joe Augustin, the chairman of the committee, would only say that they met and another meeting is expected soon. Lots of senators are off island. I'd like to get more information on the nature of this ethics complaint. Can you give me something a little bit more substantive than what we get out of the governor's office?
No. Let me give you the clear answer why. The executive director is focused on the operations of Central and the branch as a whole, but has no actual role in the ethics committee process. So Senator Augustine and the members of that committee will be actually the only ones who have any information that can even be disseminated. So,
are you aware of the complaint?
No, I'm not aware of any particular complaint.
So me reciting this story from the Post is the first that you're hearing about it?
Well, there are always whispers in the wind, but I don't comment on gossip unless I see it.
Well, I mean, it's printed news here. It's not gossip. There is an ethics complaint. So I'm just trying to figure out whether the executive boss of the legislature knows anything about it and would comment. And the answer is no in both cases.
The answer is no in both cases. I am the executive director of the legislature, but the standing rules have a very clear process for how any potential ethics complaint is dealt with, and the ED has no role in that.
All right. Okay. Well, if you know somebody that might have some information on it, give them my WhatsApp. It's 988-5874.
I'm sure you just did.
It's always fun, Carlo. Hey, take me to lunch again soon.
Thank you, Phil.
All right, Beer Summit. Carlo Branch from the legislature. On a couple of things. Also, one of the higher-ranking members of the Democrat Party here on Guam. And I am curious about that because it is, as I say, for many of us, I'm born and raised on Guam. I've never lived anywhere else. I've never had the opportunity to cast a ballot in any other elections other than the ones that we do here on Guam, and other than the straw poll that will show up on the election ballots from time to time. I've never had a say in national politics. So I was delighted, as he points out, back in the day when it was Barack Obama, kind of an upstart, where'd this guy come from candidate versus Hillary Clinton. And I thought, this is great. Number one, I can participate at some level because it would be me voting for the delegate selection, and that would be the name that the delegates from Guam would take with them to the convention and make the nominations on the floor. So I was delighted that was what was going to be happening. And it's funny because you might recall some of the history on that there was even after they had that delegate nomination election, there were still disagreements from among members of the Democrat Party on what they were supposed to be doing with that and what the next steps were and who it was absolutely that they were going to be making the nomination from. May the 2nd is the target date according to Glamour magazine, but according to Carlo Branch from the Democrat Party on Guam, that's a moving target, so keep an eye out for it. The story that I was telling you about earlier. Hold on a second. Let me see if there's anybody else that has got the complaining on them. A. Camacho, Sheena's there, Alicia, who did I leave off at? Rick Tenorio. Wouldn't be unreasonable to wonder if the, quote, interest that is building over Agagi's Gov Guam Rays is going to possibly bleed over into a closer and deeper look into what has occurred in the National Guard since her appointment. Well, like what, Rick? What happened since her appointment, especially considering the Transition Committee's report that came out and the subsequent departure of former TAG Rod Leon Guerrero? Let me see. Who else is playing around? Eric Mendel. Are transcripts of the Extra Point available? Yes, at GuamTraining.com on the World Wide Web. Who else is there's more from Rick, Nick Perlowski, Marianne Tyron St. Nicholas. So what is the AG's opinion about the retro pay raise? I thought pay raises cannot be retroactive. Well, Marianne, that's the other shoe that may drop on this. And it might be one of those things where the Attorney General will go back and talk to Ed Byrne and Les Carlson and say, what the heck is going on here, guys? And the answer that they will give is the same thing that they told the Post. We're very concerned about this. This was done, the authority was there, the money is there, but it was done without our input, without our guidance.
Yeah, that's the part that gets me. I mean, the fact that Agigi got a raise, that doesn't surprise me. She was recently promoted to that position, so the raise comes with the promotion. But the way it was done was just not. Well, cool.
I don't know that would be the case, because I think
she got an increase in rank and a position. So
but the position prior to that was in around the same pay range. I want to say that Rod LG was making about that same $80,000 a year as the adjutant general at the National Guard.
Yeah, I
want to say that's the case. So what justifies now a 50% increase? The ladies only had the job for a few months. So what is it? And if there is some miracle that has taken place, I know they had a successful run, over at GPO a couple of weeks ago. Is that what it is? Do we go and win any wars in the last couple of months that I'm unaware of? I just what is the justification for an increase in that position so soon, and why make it retroactive is the question I think that a lot of people are asking these days, and trying to figure it out, because the fact of the matter is everybody on Guam is paying more these days for the luxury of being subject to the government of Guam. They increased the business privilege tax. They have increased the value of the taxes on the valuation of businesses and buildings that are valued at over $1 million. And there are 400 some odd buildings that fall under that category. Arguably, many of them are renting out space to parts of the government of Guam, and that has led to an increase. We've got increases at the Mayor's Council. We had an increase over at the Guam Regional Transit Authority there. Now the National Guard has got an increase, and there's a lot of people going, what the heck are we paying for? Why are we paying for all of these things? Have our lives magically gotten better? Have our lives magically improved because we've got this wonderful Mayor's Council of Guam that managed not to completely bungle the 75th Liberation Celebration? Is the Department of Mass Transit, the Guam Regional Transit Authority, is it that much better and that Rick St. Augustine was able to get an increase that nobody heard about until after the board had already passed it. And the list goes on and on and on. And again, the question I've got to ask members of the National Guard community, are your lives magically better? I mean, to the degree that your adjutant general would get an increase of 50%. Is it all that much better? I mean, do your uniforms coming out of the laundry ready to wear? You don't have to iron anything? Is the price over at the shop head on cigarettes and Slim Jims, have that gone down significantly? I just want to know what the justification is for all of these increases in the positions around here. We'll see what we can find out, and in the meantime, we'd love to hear from you at 888-8255, 888-TALK. WhatsApp me anything that you've got at 988-5874, or if you just want to type in a quick note. I'm trying to read. There's a lot going. There's a lot of up and down on the Facebook Live here this morning. There's no way I can keep up with the threads and do a talk show at the same time. But guess what I'll be doing while the news is playing, because I want to read up on what it is that many of you are saying, many of your comments and notes, and as I said, this group here, if it was a mob, it would be an angry mob. This is the pitchforks and torches mob on Facebook Live this morning. And if you don't believe me, jump on and find out. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, or very, very close to it. The radio station is KUSG. I got you. My name is Ray Gibson. It's the Ray Gibson Show. I got Fox News Live coming up next. Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post, and Blake and Mike and I are going to pretend to talk about sports. All ahead right here on The Point.
Action against a rogue nation. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. A new round of sanctions against Iran. Fox's Gernal Scott has more live.
Lisa, the sanctions specifically target Iran's foreign minister, Mohammad Javad Zarif. It's about a month removed from sanctions imposed by President Trump on Iran's leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. Zarif, as foreign minister, is Iran's spokesman on the world stage. U.S. officials say the sanctions will not affect his ability to fulfill United Nations duties in New York. However, Zarif says he has no U.S. assets or other interests outside of his own country. Zarif responded on Twitter, thanking the U.S. for considering him a threat to the American agenda, Lisa.
Gernal, the second batch of Democrats will hit the debate stage tonight in Detroit in about 2 hours, where frontrunner Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris will appear together again. As expected, the Fed cutting interest rates by a 0.25 percentage point.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
The outlook for the U.S. economy remains favorable, and this action is designed to support that outlook.
It's the first rate cut since December of 2008 during the depths of the Great Recession, when the Fed slashed its rate to a record low of near zero and kept it there until 2015.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. The market's down sharply on the news. The Dow lost 333. The Nasdaq fell 98. The S&P off 32. President Trump tweeting that what the market wanted to hear from Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve was that this was the beginning of a lengthy and aggressive rate-cutting cycle, which would keep pace with China, the European Union, and other countries around the world. Police in Canada scaling back the search for 2 teenagers wanted in the deaths of 3 people. 19-year-old Cam McLeod and 18-year-old Bryce Miguelski have been on the run for weeks.
A number of tactical resources and specialized assets will remain positioned in the Gillam area, and will continue the efforts to locate the murder suspect.
This is Fox News.
IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Why am I running? Because IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Whoa! We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. But move it, Gray Van! IHOP has crispy chicken!
Run in to try IHOP's new buttermilk crispy chicken strips and pancakes for just $6.99. For a limited time, price and participating restaurants may vary.
Parents, start your child's school year right with healthiness and fun. Complete your child's immunizations, annual physical, dental, or eye exam at FHP and receive a free gift for each exam visit. Perfect for back to school. Valid from July 15 to August 31st or while supplies last. Visit their website or Facebook page for more details. Call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
The FBI continues to investigate a motive in Sunday's shooting at a garlic festival in Gilroy, California.
FBI Special Agent in Charge John Bennett had this to say when asked if they found white supremacist writings at the shooter's apartment in Nevada.
That is erroneous and incorrect information.
He said they're following threads of online conversations he was having and asking FBI behavioral profilers to assess what they find. As for a book the shooter told his Instagram followers to read that advocates racist and sexist ideologies.
The book that you're referencing is something from the 1896. I'm not sure that's really a high dollar reading right now, and that is information that anybody can put out.
3 people were killed at the festival, including a 6-year-old boy and 13-year-old girl. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The Navy says an FA Super Hornet warplane has crashed in the California desert. The status of the pilot is unknown. Lawyers for Jussie Smollett denied on all motions to try to stop a special prosecutor from getting to the bottom of the hate hoax case.
Judge Michael Tooman denies Jussie Smollett's attempt to toss out a special prosecutor to investigate why embattled prosecutor Kim Fox dropped all felony charges against Smollett, who police say faked a racist and homophobic hate crime against himself in January.
If somebody doesn't follow the law, every one of us has to step up and say, wait, what's going on? Something smelled in this case.
Former Justice Sheila O'Brien petitioned the courts for a second look.
Fox's Jeff Manasso, Smollett's attorney, saying they're disappointed in the ruling and they will explore their options. The country's biggest TV networks, including Fox, are suing Locast, a streaming service that transmits their broadcasts for free. In federal court in New York, the companies say Locast is violating their copyright and are asking for the service to be shut down. Locast says under the law, it is allowed to stream the networks without paying them because they're a nonprofit. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new ciabatta collection. How do you want it?
I'll take the slam poultry.
Sure. Italian ciabatta with mozzarella. When hunger reigns, you're my favorite umbrella. Tasty garlic steak and provolone. With you, my taste buds are never alone. Savory chicken pesto, you have my affection. For you complete the ciabatta collection. Thank you. That was the new ciabatta collection by Subway. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. 2 key members of the governor's fiscal discipline team have confirmed that Major General Esther Agagi, the Adjutant General of the Guam National Guard, received a 50% pay increase last week. BBMR Director Lester Carlson and DOA Director Edward Byrne have acknowledged that Agagi got a $41,000 pay hike effective July 24th, boosting her salary from about $81,000 to nearly $123,000 a year. Both said they were not made aware of the salary increase until after it had already been approved. Carlson confirmed that the salary increase is retroactive to February 15th, when Agagi was appointed Director of Military Affairs. It's not supposed to be retroactive, said Byrne. Salary increments for GovGuam employees have been frozen since the start of the current fiscal year back in October. However, Byrne said he was only made aware of the pay adjustment yesterday afternoon by Carlson. He said he would review the authorization today. Byrne said he did not know who authorized the increase, saying DOA processes it, it doesn't authorize it. Carlson said it was done in my absence, and he does not know who authorized it either. Both Byrne and Carlson were in the States with other members of the fiscal discipline team promoting the recent $30 million bond borrowing when the salary increase was approved. "I'm very leery about this," said Carlson. "I do not know much more about it other than it got done." Guard spokeswoman Major Josephine Blas, meanwhile, this morning telling the Guam Daily Post that she could not comment on the pay hike because it was a GovGuam action based on her position as Director of Military Affairs. The mayor of Agate, meanwhile, in another story, stands to receive a year's worth of back pay and possible reinstatement to his past job as a Port Authority of Guam accountant, even after the Civil Service Commission ruled he did not meet the qualifications for the job because he did not have an accounting degree and completed only an associate's degree in marketing. Kevin Zaswico applied and was hired for an accountant 2 position at the port in October 2011, but a post-employment audit several months later led to the discovery that he was not qualified. He was fired in January 2013. He appealed his termination. In the meantime, Zaswico went on to be elected vice mayor of Agate in a 2015 special election and subsequently became mayor, a position that pays $75,000 a year. As for his appeal, a Superior Court judge ruled he should be reinstated, and a decision issued on Tuesday of this week, the Guam Supreme Court agreed, based on a technicality. The justices of the High Court decided that the port violated the 60-day rule because they did not terminate him within the 60 days required after learning that he was not qualified for the job. We'll have more news after this.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. Half a day. I'm Mark Benventi of Santa Rita, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voice of our community and sharing thoughts and issues that affect us all. It all boils down to our people, our land. Protei Igumama. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Calaguan Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
11 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. Governor Lulian Guerrero is defending her decision to authorize business class travel for former 2-term Governor Carl Gutierrez, who is now her chief advisor for economic development, national and international affairs. The governor telling the Guam Daily Post yesterday that providing Gutierrez with the business class opportunity is minuscule compared to what he has done for our people. Governor said Gutierrez is making frequent long-distance trips on behalf of her administration, and that's a big toll on your body. She said his contribution to the people of Guam needs to be recognized. The 78-year-old Gutierrez told the Post that travel is not easy. When he took the job in January, there wasn't any money to fly off and meet with potential investors, so he said he paid his own way. Gutierrez said he's paid the airfare for half of the 8 overseas trips that he's taken so far. He said the trips he's taken have generated interest and visits to Guam by potential investors, some of whom he said he has hosted at his own home. He said one investor is now in the process of developing plans for a $100 million hotel project. Another is considering a $28 million condominium investment. 19 contractors have obtained new licenses now, and 735 others are waiting for their licenses to be renewed. They won't have to wait much longer. A lack of a quorum on the contractors' licensing board had delayed approval of license renewals last month. However, now that a sufficient number of board members have been appointed and approved, the board finally met yesterday and restored the executive director's ability to approve applications for renewals so long as the business is in good standing. Executive Director Cecil Orsini telling the Guam Daily Post that the board gave him the authority to go ahead now and approve the applications for license renewals. With that authority, Orsini said his office has started going through the 735 business license renewal applications still pending. Businesses whose contractor licenses had not been renewed have complained, saying that without a valid license, they could not enter into new business contracts. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with some weather.
We'll take a look at it in a second. Just a note here. I got this earlier and forgot to mention it. GWA says they're working through an emergency water outage today in the village of Santa Rita. Crews making repairs to a main line down there. They started working on this thing at sunrise, and they're hoping to have everything all wrapped up by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So keep an eye out for that. And if you woke up this morning and turned the tap and there was nothing coming out, how'd you clean up to get to work? 8:13. What'd you brush your teeth with, beer?
Yeah, the dew off the leaves.
And partly cloudy skies, isolated showers today. Expect southwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming light and variable after sunset. Highs today 90 degrees, and overnight lows should be about 78 degrees. Sunset tonight 6:48. Sunrise this morning was at 6:05. Expect about the same thing to happen tomorrow. And we'll take a look now at the weather radar that I've got handy up on the screen now, so Michael Knight can take a look at what things are beginning to look like. Is it me or does no? I guess it is. It's just a little bit of parallax, right? But winds moving out of the from the west to east over the island?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, I got west, southwest would be the exact direction they'd call that. Yep. But yeah, for the most part, out of the west. That's blowing some showers over the northern part of the island, some lighter showers down south as well. Not much going on right now, but as we heat up later on this afternoon, around lunchtime, it may fire up into some of those island effect thunderstorms. If that happens with this westerly flow, it looks like the east side will be getting most of the action today. So we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. Weather Service says actually tomorrow will probably be a better chance for those island effect thunderstorms. Looking at the satellite real quick, we'll see that we've got a lot of blobbage out there, a lot of it down south and a lot of it up north. Up north of us, you can see the Guam pointer there, so to our north-northwest, where you see that not the big glob of clouds, that's actually another one, that's 93W. And then the less blobbish one up to our north-northwest, that's 94W. These two are supposed to pull off to the north and get on out of the way. But what's happening is the entire trough system is going to be pulling to the north over the next 7 to 10 days. As it does, the Madden-Julian oscillation, the MJO, is going to start peaking. And so when that happens, you get a lot of swirlies on that trough, you get a lot of development. And right now, the forecast models, in particular the GFS, showing just some wild, crazy solutions with 3 storms out there in the Pacific sometime next week, and showing us under a very moist southwesterly flow, almost Habagatish. If you Filipinos know, the Habagat there in the Philippines brings those millimeters and millimeters of the 700-millimeter variety rains. I don't know we'll be seeing any of that, but it looks like our rain
an excuse
situation
to use
will be
metric
changing.
on the radio.
I know, right? So, we're the only country that doesn't use it. So, but looking at pretty good rains for the next 7 to 10 days. We'll have to see how it all irons out. But just for today, isolated showers, maybe a thunderstorm tomorrow as well. Then by this weekend, the rain, I think, will start to pick up in great amounts.
8:16 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Ray Gibson Show brought to you by my friends over at Cars Plus. The summer Jeep sale has been extended through July 31st. No, wait a second. That's already passed. August. End of August is when this sale is going to answer. There's still time for you to go and test drive and put your signature on the paper that gets you behind the wheel permanently of a brand new Jeep Wrangler. Cars Plus is up and mighty. Portions of the program also brought to you by APL Global Presence with the local home. Ron and Kim and the team over at Security Title that want to make things easy for you. And they can keep a secret too. If you got a transaction that you want to keep kind of on the down low, and they'll only tell the people that matter. And guys over at Take Care, and as well as Ruby Tuesdays, where they've got a fantastic new menu that they want you to take a look at. It's their favorites menu, and naturally, all of your favorites are going to be there, including burgers and tacos. You want something a little bit more sophisticated, maybe some salmon with a topper on it? They can do that for you. Hook it up to some great prices too for a limited time at Ruby Tuesdays, Guam.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Yeah, that'll happen every once in a while. Josie was going through her Facebook, and you know how Facebook does this thing where it's like someone you might know.
Is that influencer Josie?
No, I don't know that. No, it's a different Josie, and she seems to be fairly new at the whole Facebook thing because she only has a couple of posts and she didn't have it's
not
either that
influencer.
or like a new or a new identity or something like that.
Okay.
Not entirely sure, but anyway, so it showed up and she accidentally clicked on me, and so I said, yeah, okay, we can be friends, and so she's like, okay. And so I told you, just follow me around for a couple of days on Facebook and find out really whether I'm a fun guy on the social media or not. She said, yeah, I think maybe I'll do that. So that's cool. And you're welcome to find me on Facebook as well. RAYGIBSON is the name. It's a regular Facebook account. It's not one of those what they call a celebrity account. Or
verified?
Yeah, personality account or something like that.
Fan page.
A fan page, right.
That's
So here's the deal, though. I am apparently at the limit again on the number of people that I can have attached to my personal account.
5,000, right?
It's 5,000.
4,900. Do they give you the rounded out 5,000?
No, they're just telling me that you're done.
Yeah, I think it is.
You can't add any more people. So even if I want to friend you, I have to go back and so I've been doing that, and so it's it's just business. If we haven't been communicating for a while, or you're dead. Because that's also been part of the process. I've actually had to gone through and looked through some of the names and go, okay, that guy's dead. That guy's dead.
You would think that Facebook would do that for you, like meaning just automatically unfriend them, but every like death anniversary would just send something in your, you know what I mean, like in your timeline because it knew that you were friends.
Yeah, you were
like,
friends with
The problem is Facebook never knows when people die.
Yeah, no, the crazy thing is, Facebook. When my mom died, none of us told Facebook she was dead, but they automatically turned it into a memorial page.
The day after,
Facebook knows
everything.
The shooting suspect, the day after he passed away, like Monday or Tuesday, I went on his page to look at those videos, you know, that the articles were talking about, and immediately on the bottom it said, you know, it said memorial tribute, you know, please, you know, add to Keith's timeline,
right,
you know,
right.
and had the little like flowers and stuff. And this was like a day or two after, so I mean, the timeline was telling me, hey, he's not here with us anymore.
Yeah, it's social media, it's the internet. They know everything about everybody, and so don't be too surprised. I'm just saying if you've asked me to friend you once upon a time, it might have to. It's like going into a crowded nightclub. I might have to wait until somebody leaves or ticks me off enough so that I unfriend them automatically.
So if I die and Facebook doesn't say so, am I really dead?
No. No,
well, that's the thing.
No, you're absolutely right. That is the other way that we have to look at this. If Facebook doesn't acknowledge your passing, welcome to immortality.
I was just trying to make sure we got the cart horse thing correct.
Did we have this conversation yesterday with regards to the Department of Education and how they've got this new budget thing where they're going to decentralize and put the principals in charge of their own budgets at the schools?
It was a similar conversation.
That's going to go over like a fart in church. 21 after 8 o'clock in the morning. You know, it's time for Sports with Blake. Keisha's online watching. So's Director Cho. Oh, got another Hannah in here. Hannah LaGuardia, Sherilyn DeFentorum is online. I like saying your name that way. Rick Tenorio, Mark McManus, Lady D, and everybody up in arms over the increases that seem to be just going all over the place in the government of Guam. While the rest of us have to pay more in taxes. I see Jeff Pleadwell's online. There's another guy. There's a guy whose opinion I'd like to hear this morning. Evelyn Uggan is there. I got Min's Bar. I'm going to get down there one of these days. I'm going to get down. I was down in Tumon last night, but I was on the official Ray Gibson run. And that is practice for. Let me see if I can pull the thing up from Richard Taitigui, who reminding me about the big race this weekend that's going to be taking place down in Agate. It's the Tsunami 10K, which is a great one. Yeah, here it is. The 33rd Tsunami 10K. Saturday, showtime 4:30. Go time is at 5:30 because it's hot. GRC members, absolutely free. If you're not, then it's only $5. We start at Nimitz Beach, run towards Naval Base in the back gate there, and then you head back over to Nimitz Beach. Same day registration, so don't bother going to Hornet or Goody or anybody trying to sign up. Just roll over there, and I'll see you down in Agate. I might see you down in Agate. Depends on what Friday night does.
I had to go down there yesterday.
Because everything below my belly button hurts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because you've been running?
No, I got the ankle thing, yeah, and I got the abductor muscle is still a pain, and I got the shin thing, and then I pulled, I don't know what it was. I think, you know what, okay, so don't laugh. Nobody laugh. It's a sports-related injury if yoga is a sport.
It is. Well, I don't know. No.
It's not?
I think I do think it's I think it's fitness. I think it's conditioning for sport.
Okay.
Yeah.
But because you don't really compete in yoga.
So you can injure yourself while conditioning. It happens all the time.
It could be a rec sport. I don't think it's more, like I said, I think it's more sport conditioning.
Definitely Saturday morning. Yeah, Saturday morning, like I said, I got a couple of other things happening, so I figured I better
hurt
go
yourself
do something
conditioning for
low
sport.
impact. Yeah. So so somebody gave me a DVD of runners, yoga for runners, and there's on one of the DVDs is the it's like the introductory thing. Right? There's like a 40-minute introductory, and it goes through all of the common poses. Yeah, it goes through all of the common poses, but it does them, slowly and methodically. And so I started with that, and so now I hurt.
Yeah. Well, that's good, though.
Yoga hurt me.
I think it hurts you in a good way. Maybe everything was out of place, and now that it's in place, it's a little, it's just kind of settling back to where
You just can't tell, because I'm really good at hiding in my face the expression, so when I turn wrong, and I feel like somebody's put a 10-inch nail right through my back.
I bet, though, if you keep doing it, a month from now, you'll say that you feel great.
Oh, I'm sure of it. I'm sure.
In the meantime, I recommend CBD oil and Windex.
Windex. You know what? Just take me right into the medicinal marijuana. Never mind the CBD oil. Don't mess around with the
stuff.
CBD. I'm going straight to THC. 8:24 in the morning. And so yeah, we got that going on. And a reminder that you can run with me in Manila at Resorts World Manila. We got the Run With Me X, and if you want details, go to runwithme.ph on the World Wide Web, and you should be able to get all of the information. Or find me on Facebook, and there's a recent blurb up on the screen about that. You have to pay your own way, and you have to pay for your hotel accommodations, but you can run with me at Resorts World Manila, sir.
Going to the points pick'em, we've only got 3 other people signed up right now: the Swell Swooners, Ming the Merciless, and DeRocker, along with me. So if you want to sign up for the yes.
I was just going to say I'm not signed up yet, only because it's taken, and I've kind of been halving it, because giving half thought to it during the day. But I need to come up with a name. That's why I'm not.
Oh, okay.
So I've been on the join private group page for 3 days. This tab has been open for 3 days, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got to pick a name before I.
Does it have to be a cool name?
That's why. It doesn't have to be. Last year, I think I was Blazers Bunch, and I don't want to repeat my name, so I want to come up with a cool name. So that's why it's taking me so long.
Well, very cool. So anybody that else...
but anyway, I will be in there.
All right. Very cool. So anybody that wants to sign up for it, again, go to Yahoo and get your account signed up and then get in there. Go to sports, then you go to fantasy sports, and you look up fantasy football pro pick'ems.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get into that page...
What's the number?
It will give you it'll give you 2 boxes. You'll click the box that says Join Group, and the number is 3384. That is our group number. When you click on that, it should pop up, and it'll ask you for a password. The password is
Ray Gibson, one word.
All lowercase. So you do that, and once you do that, then you have to just make a name for your team, and you will be entered in. So again, only 3 others besides myself entered so far. You still got time. We've got almost a month before the regular season starts. So, but get signed up so that we can give them that fabulous prize.
Don't have it yet, but I'm working on it. I got to write a couple of solicitation letters.
See, the great thing about it is I just said fabulous prize.
I know,
so it could be anything.
I'd pick up. Yeah, television, smartphones. I don't know. I'll find something. Ooh, you know who's been nice to me lately? GTA has been really, really nice to me lately. They gave me a Pixel phone. Yeah, I got that the little smart speaker thing at the house, and very, very, very cool. All right, so maybe I'll bug them about seeing if I can get some cool
Don't
prize.
They have a new device that makes you levitate?
They do. They have that. Yeah, you can see it at the Experience Store down in the Landmark Center. Hannah Smith Layfield is listening to the broadcast.
From where?
And right here on Guam, and said, I added you because you said to. On a side note, I genuinely enjoy listening to your show every morning on my way to work. Thank you so much, Hannah. I will confirm that you and I are in fact friends, and then you will be able to see some of the nonsense that pops into my head while I'm on the air and not while I'm on the air, and also pictures of me and pretty girls over the weekend. 8:27 in the morning. What do we have anything else for sports today?
We don't have anything local, but I did have a couple of stories from the region.
Hit me.
Okay. Well, you know what? I actually want to get into this one. This is the one I wanted to pass on to you because apparently over in Indonesia, the island of Java most specifically, pigeon racing is a huge deal. Pigeon racing.
Huh?
Yes. Not only is it a big deal.
That's the closest thing I got to a pigeon.
Yeah.
Chickens. Okay.
Tastes like chicken.
So, pigeon racing is such a big deal. The national sport of flying doves around rice paddies was causing dozens of divorces in the Purbalingga Regency, primarily from women who felt neglected by their husbands and annoyed that they were spending all their time with their birds instead of their families. Now, pigeon racing, the owner are called the pilots, and it can be a very lucrative business because a bird can typically cost about $2 US, 20,000 rupiah. But the winner can take in anywhere from $7,500 to $10,000 per. Yes, but the whole point of this is because a man in West Java.
Still not as good as E-Games, though.
No. But they're spending. You could be an E-gamer and get into this because a man in West Java recently paid 1 billion rupiah, which comes out to $101,700 for a racing pigeon.
Wow.
Breaking the national record for the most expensive bird ever sold in Indonesia. He said, though, that I guess the benefits could keep coming because anybody or somebody would be able to pay $10,200 for a set of eggs he fathers, but the guy won't sell it.
No, of course not.
Because you're going to eat them.
You know what this sound is right here? This is the sound of Ray cooking a pigeon on one of the Nelsoni trees.
I don't want to cook a pigeon with the wood from the Nelsoni tree. I want to cook green sea turtles with that.
Yeah. Green sea turtles. But apparently they can last anywhere from a couple days to several weeks. I guess they set the birds free, and however long that it takes them to fly back to their set loft.
That's how they win?
That's how they win.
That's how the game is played.
But the most expensive bird ever purchased in the world, earlier this year, a Chinese buyer paid $1.9 million USD for a pigeon named Armando.
That was it. It must have been the name.
That's all interesting, but I need to bring in something a little bit more interesting. Yesterday was Wesley Snipes' birthday. Wesley Snipes, 57 years old.
Wesley Snipes out of jail for tax evasion?
I think so.
Don't know.
He is?
Sure.
Don't know, but he's celebrating a birthday, and I suggest that we go and watch some of Wesley's.
What's your favorite one?
Well, he's got a couple of great sports movies, right? I mean, White Men Can't Jump.
What's the other one?
The other one was The Fan. That's right. Right, with De Niro?
Yes. You know what my favorite Wesley Snipes movie is? He was a co-star.
The original Blade.
That's a good one.
God, the original Blade, because that one was the one in my mind. That was when techno music and EDM went mainstream.
Yeah, but this one that I'm going to name actually gave the first starring role to this actress who is now huge. But my favorite Wesley Snipes movie, Demolition Man.
Oh, I don't remember seeing that.
With Stallone, Sandra Bullock, Benjamin Bratt, Dennis Leary, Wesley Snipes.
Ooh.
It's so good. It's set in like the future, and the funny thing is because the ambassador, whoever rules the world he only liked one restaurant, Taco Bell. So every restaurant, whether it be cheap or 5-star dining, was a Taco Bell.
Nice.
So when
and one it was it turned a lot of heads when it was out.
Yes,
because he really looked good into Wong Fu with Love.
Well, that and John Leguizamo and Patrick Swayze. That was a really good movie.
It's a groundbreaker, and suggest you watch it just anytime because it's just fun. It's fabulous.
Passenger 57?
Yes.
What's that one with Sean Connery? Just Cause or something like that? Or the one where they're in the jungle?
So Wesley Snipes got a birthday today. J.K. Rowling, the author of the Howard Potter books, is celebrating her birthday as well in the last couple of days. And little Rico Rodriguez from Modern Family turns 21.
You see whose birthday else it is today?
Today?
It's my boy Jason Momoa's birthday today.
Oh, yeah.
Jason Momoa turns 40, actually. So it's a big birthday for Aquaman and the Hawaiian.
Doesn't look anything like that. He's Samoan, though, isn't he?
Well, he's Hawaiian. He's Hawaiian Irish. His mom is a redhead chick from
Ireland. But didn't I see him doing the haka somewhere?
Yeah,
I mean, it's not. You don't have to. I mean, it's not like non-Samoans can do the haka.
He does do the haka, but he's Hawaiian.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, I got it.
He's his mom's from Iowa and his dad is from Hawaii.
All right, you're going to miss this, but there's an interesting conversation going on and something that might actually get me back into a movie theater here one of these days, and it is a movie subscription plan.
What is that?
And according to this article,
the theater?
Yeah, according to this article, you should be able to get this at the Regal Cinema, GPO.
Oh, cool.
Right?
So what is it? It's just like a membership?
$18 a month, and you can watch as many standard format movies as you want.
Really?
$18 a month.
Man.
And you can watch any movie as much as you want. It's an unlimited plan. You can go in there and just stay.
That would be good, I think, for people with young kids that can sit through movies. I mean, obviously not young kids, but yeah.
No blackout dates. Tickets can be purchased in advance as soon as they go on sale. We don't have this here, 3D and VIP seating in the States at the Regal Cinemas, a little bit of an upcharge for that. And then they go with... there's a couple of other things. 10% discount on concessions on your birthday, free large popcorn and large drink, and reduced online fees. And then you get the Regal Crown Club, which is their loyalty rewards program. And my guess is that if you've got an $18 plan here, anywhere you go, we're at the other 549 locations of a Regal Theater, you should be able to bring that card with you and enjoy the benefits.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess they got to do something to keep up with these streaming services, right?
So, oh boy, there's the major competition for them, as well as other theaters that are doing along the same lines. 8:33 in the morning. That's all the time that we got to pretend to talk about sports. Blake Watson's going to go finish the morning show on Star 101. Headlines with Kevin Kerrigan here next.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Would that get you back in the theater? $18 subscription plan. All the movies you want to watch whenever you want to watch them. Kevin Kerrigan shaking his hand saying, no way. You know what I would need, and while that is attractive to me, I generally don't go to the movies these days. It's not that I don't like movies. I don't like the experience. I love going to movies, love the experience. I'm just no good with people in the theaters. There are people in there that just have no concept of I don't know what it is. It's like
babies crying, answering their cell phones.
Yeah, answering their cell phones, looking at their social media while the movie's playing. So, you know, it is lost on me because there are just so many early morning or late night theater showings that I'll care to go to.
Dude, you sound like a 57-year-old.
I am a 50. I'm totally an old fart when I get to movies. You know, I just want to sit there and watch the movie. I don't want to hear you reading the newspaper, opening packages behind me.
Imagine you actually want to watch a movie. Go to the theater.
When I go to the movie, when I do go to the movies, I leave my gun. I leave my gun at home because I'm going to shoot.
So
I will
serious,
shoot a man. If you just can you keep it down back there? I'm the guy that if you don't even have to be doing anything to me. You can just be like, if I can see you shaking your leg or spazzing out somewhere, distracting me from what's on the show. And then there's the other thing about what are the movies that are actually playing anymore these days and what's worth going to go watch. Hobbs and Shaw, never heard of it. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Now this one might be worth going to. In fact, I was talking with a friend of mine and she said that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood would be the first Tarantino movie, she's a young girl, first Tarantino movie that she would ever have been able to see in an actual movie theater. So that might be worth going to. And Lion King, I saw the cartoon version of that. 8:36, cartoons in the headlines. Well, there's certainly some things that make you go, Hansel, Gretel, and scratch your head. With details, here's Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning. Former Guam police officer Mark Torrey Jr. will face a second trial in the fatal shooting of Sergeant Albert Piolo. In a statement from the Attorney General yesterday, Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley said they have made the decision to retry the case after reviewing the facts and the recent Supreme Court opinion that overturned Torrey's conviction. The trial will be limited to charges of negligent homicide and aggravated assault with a special allegation of use and possession of a deadly weapon. Piolo's mother, Geraldine, has told the Guam Daily Post that she wants a second trial, and the family has held protests seeking a retrial. In response, yesterday, Torrey's defense attorney, Jay Areola, said his client will again plead not guilty. Areola said, "We will vigorously defend against these accusations as Mark Torre did not shoot Mr. Piolo or hurt him in any way, said Areola, and we hope and trust that we will be able to select a fair and impartial jury to retry the case. Competition between China and the U.S. in Micronesia was a subject of concern at the opening of a regional shippers conference at the Hotel Nico yesterday. Micronesia Shipping Commission Vice Chairman Charles Obachang of Palau said Micronesia's delicate situation as a waypost rather than a destination post puts the region at the mercy of major disruptions on the international scene, and tensions between the superpowers is a major concern, he said, referring to the world's two largest economies by name, China and the U.S. He told the conference delegates that while the prospect of international seaborne trade in our region is bright, the rising trade protectionism and inward-looking policies are nevertheless something to be concerned about. Attorney General Levin Camacho has joined nearly 24 other attorney generals urging Congress to pass legislation to help states address the public health threat posed by the contamination of the nation's water resources by PFAS chemicals. Certain PFAS chemicals have been found in Guam's drinking water supplies. The joint letter sent to congressional leaders on Tuesday asks for several initiatives from Congress, including medical screenings for PFAS exposure, a ban on the use of firefighting foam containing the chemical, and the designation of certain PFAS chemicals as hazardous substances under federal law. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Good plan. It's 20 away from 9 o'clock in the morning. That's iConnect time. Give them a ring, would you? 888-8888 and find out about how they're going to save you money on your mobile and internet plans.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
What am I supposed to tell you about? The guys over at, I see it. Mescla, and they've got a new location at the Guam Plaza down in Tumon, and it's worth finding. Right across the police precinct is where you'll find them, and a couple of things that you need to know is like just about everything that you like at the Agana branch of Mescla is available there. And if you're just looking for someplace to go and get a drink, it looks like they've got a suitable bar in that area as well, because they're right there attached to the hotel, and the hotel doesn't have a lobby bar of any kind. But absolutely fantastic food. Garlic roast Dungeness crab. I'll just stop right there. That's all you need to know. I mean, and Dungeness crab, it's one of those things where you either absolutely love it because you've got the sense that God gave horses in your head, or you hate it. And if you hate it, we can't be friends. Just let me say, 2 pounds of Dungeness crab marinated with a secret garlic sauce, served with special chow mein noodles. Visit Mescla in Agana now and in Tumon at the Grand Plaza Hotel for reservations. And you might want to call them and just make the reservation on the crab. Never mind the seats, right? I'll eat at the bar, but I got to get the crab. You should not. If you and I are ever together and I'm having Dungeness crab, please don't judge me. I don't wear white. I don't even wear pants when I eat Dungeness crab because I just get covered with the goodness that is the crab. I know it's a bad visual. Sorry.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day on The Ray Gibson Show, I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
Currently 8:42, and time to take a look at the traffic gizmo. But before I do that, I just got a note here from Brittany Mendiola, and they're looking for Ariel Montemayor. in Agania Heights, been missing since 4 o'clock yesterday. If you've seen her, contact Brittany or the Agania Police Precinct and let them know that you know where little Ariel is. And like I said, I'll see if I can get the picture on the air, so you might be able to see that as well. Looking at the traffic gizmo to see if there's anything that might slow you down. Usually it's just a question of intersections at this time, but I don't know, there might be some accidents. There was some weird patterns going on today. In fact, there's like this weird one up on Route 9, which is in between like the Estumbo area and the front gate of Anderson Air Force Base. What's up with that? I don't know. Traffic in both directions seems to be moving slow, and there is almost never any traffic there. Traffic at the intersection of 1 and 3 a little bit slower. Northbound traffic before you get to Fatima is rolling fairly slow as well. In fact, traffic coming out of the area that has the new flea market also running fairly slow. Traffic into and out of the Dededo area over by the Payless. Watch out for traffic there. That is slow at that intersection for everybody that's trying to make it out of the remains of the old Guam Bakery. Looking at around the other side of the street, 16 and 27, ugly there, ugly at the intersection of 1 and 27 Alpha over by the Micronesia Mall. 8, 10, and 16, what the heck is going on there? Okay, that's not 10 and 16. It's just 10 and 16, not Route 8. Watch out for traffic over by the Ocean Vista 76. As you get closer to the Department of Revenue and Taxation, northbound traffic is moving a lot slower than normal. I'm sorry, it's just taking me a long time to get through this because there are actually a lot of places with unusually slow traffic patterns today. So if it's not just at the intersections, you'll find that in the middle of some of the roadways that we've got. Just watch out for it. Traditionally slow over at Big Navy and Sumai, slow today as well. 8:44, that's right now traffic into Point.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
There it is. Here's a picture of young Ariel, who is missing from Agania Heights since yesterday, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yesterday, Ariel Montemayor. The post that I have says that she ran away, but if you've got contact with her or if you know her whereabouts, Brittany Mendiola, or call the Agania precinct in the police department there and let them know that you might know the whereabouts of this young lady. 8:45 in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK. And now it's just, the studio is empty for all intents and purposes. It's just me here. Kevin's gone to his daytime job over at the Guam Daily Post. Blake went to go finish the morning show. Jerry Roberts is out. So now it's just you and I now between here and 10 o'clock in the morning. And what's interesting, what is out there that is of interest, as I said today, it's pitchforks and torches from among the people that are watching on Facebook Live. There is not one person that is happy to hear about Esther Agagi's raise. There doesn't seem to be anybody that is happy to hear about the mayor of Agate. And a very, very unusual. Seems like everything is getting solved on technicalities these days, isn't it? So the guy applies for, receives a job that he's not qualified for. And that's not me saying that. That was the port saying that. I'm sorry, you're not qualified for this position, and terminated him. Oh, he fought it, and now it looks like he could possibly be reinstated. I don't know if he can work as an accountant over at the port and still be the mayor of Agate. We'll see what happens. But it's certainly going to be some kind of back pay issue that the courts are going to figure out. Who knows how much that is going to be? There's all kinds of figures that are floating around in this story. And people are going, so they're going to reinstate him to a position for which he wasn't qualified for in the first place. That's the part that has got me scratching my head, and I've got a feeling the guys over at the Civil Service Commission are going to say the same thing. Also, the conversation about yesterday we were talking about the OPA, and they have decided that they're not going to be looking at the protest that was filed by the guys over at Take Care. You remember this story? Is that Take Care now by law, if they want to provide service to government of Guam employees and retirees, have to strike an agreement with Guam Regional Medical City. Now, my understanding is that they have attempted to do that and so far continue to be at loggerheads. What with a couple of new things. They thought they'd be able to go in at one rate, and as it turns out, GRMC would not entertain that. GRMC also came out and said, and by the way, we'd like access to all of your customers, not just GovGuam employees and retirees. So as you can imagine, there's still a little bit of negotiation between the two of them that have to take place. Meantime, guys over at Take Care don't feel like they need to have that negotiations. They think that they ought to be able to just go in and offer their services to anybody, including the government of Guam employees and retirees. So they protested over at the public auditor's place, and the Office of Public Accountability didn't, in my mind, even look at the merits of the case. They said, no, you brought this to us in an untimely manner. Go away. Go away. There's not going to be, if you want to appeal this, take it to court. Because we're not going to be in this sandbox playing with you at all. So I didn't realize it, but apparently the Office of Public Accountability also has what I like to refer to as the 10-foot pole. Very, very interesting stuff that is going on out there. 888-825-888-TALK. And then there's this story at the top of the fold, and I'm wondering what it is that Basil O'Malley and the guys at the AG's office are going to be doing differently as they're going to be reopening the trial on Mark Torrey Jr., which has been something we want to talk about. A trial that literally tore this community apart, and then the ruling and everything that has come out in the past, and now they're going to reopen those old wounds and try for a conviction again. In just a few minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock in the morning. One of the things that I got to tell you, I absolutely applauded. Was the other day as a story, and I didn't get a chance to talk with Chelsea about it at the time, but I've got her on the line now. Chelsea Munyabrecht from the Department of Agriculture, and the story about a bunch of guys, bunch of jugheads that the cops saw apparently doing illegal fishing in the Tumon preserves. And so they called the Department of Agriculture. Arrests have been made. Equipment and fish have been confiscated. And I just want to say, yeah, buddy, good on you for the enforcement of the fishing rules and regulations in the Tumon Preserve. Good morning, Chelsea.
Hi, good morning, Ray.
So are we going to execute these guys? No, I'm kind of halfway serious. I would hope that there's a way that we can get them through the criminal justice system and have some severe penalties on these guys. The Tumon preserves and everything is, depending on who you talk to, everything is jeopardized. The Weather Channel has continued with the coverage, and this is one of the more popular stories about Guam that is in international media. It has to do with the bleaching of the coral reefs. So so we're worried about the reefs. It wasn't long ago that you couldn't fish in Tumon because there were no fish there. But the wildlife has come back, and now we've got some jugheads that think it's okay to go out there and do the illegal fishing in Tumon. So throw the book at them, Chelsea.
Oh, absolutely. We definitely push for that. In our in-house meetings about rules and regulations and the fines that we're looking at increasing, this came up as one of the substantial issues that we face. And during the meeting, I said to our team that, it offends me. I am deeply offended by people who choose to illegally fish in our preserves, because it's not just taking fish for themselves, but they directly impact the coral, as you mentioned, and then that also directly impacts just Guam's ecosystem. And we want to talk about the preserves working and having evidence of that, but when you go out there, you see that there are less fish still. I mean, it's not as bountiful as you would think or hope, and that's because of people who have been illegally fishing in our preserves. And it's not just the Tumon one, but as you see, our conservation officers have been arresting people around the entire island in the different preserves.
Good. Like I said, let's find a way to throw the book at them and send out an example. And we talk about the preserves and the ecosystem and the environment. I'm a little bit what's the word I'm looking for? I'm a little bit more concerned about the viability of business. Guam is a tourist destination. People come out here, and you go walk up and down Tumon anytime, day or night. There's families from all over the world, and they're out there with their really expensive full-face swim masks, so they can go and see virtually every kind of fish and wildlife and colorful reefs that we've got down there. Just gotta do something about that.
Yes, and that's part of our draw, is, the beautiful island that we are, is our water and the fish and the coral reefs. And right now we're in a coral bleach watch because of the weather and how the warm weather impacts our coral.
Yep.
But at the same time, it's also the fish, our fish biomass, and the number of reef fish that we have that help keep the coral clean from algae, and just it's a mutually beneficial relationship.
Well, there's a major algae bloom going on right now. I'll tell you what, I was down at Gun Beach the other day, and normally just do a little bit of bathing down there. I don't really swim. I just kind of sit in the water, but it got kind of yucky because the water, I was surrounded by the green stringy algae.
Yeah, and that's probably also correlated with the lower fish population.
Yeah, could be. Well, it seems to me last year, and I don't remember which agency or which group took the lead, but it seems to me last year they had a couple of these algae cleanups in Tumon. You aware of anybody might be doing that again this year?
I would assume that is Whitney Hu, Brent Tibbetts from DAR, Laurie Raimundo from UOG. They're part of the Coral Reef working group.
Yep.
They have to forgive me. I'm going to butcher.
No, I know the names that you just mentioned. In fact, I see Whitney on a fairly regular basis, and she is among those from that outfit that just was it Thursday last week got together and put together a mechanism so that regular people like you and I might be able to record and report the coral bleaching.
Yes, and then they also do the crown of thorns removal. So they do everything that they can, even their spare time, even to help protect our coral reefs.
Nice. Hey, anything happening with what is the marijuana, the task force that you're on, the commission? You guys got any updates on anything that you're working on?
The last meeting I attended was with I'm on both, so we're working on it. And I know that Auntie Teresa Ariola was on the radio yesterday talking about the frequently asked questions they put out. So you might want to contact her about those. That they put together a brief one-pager for people who have frequently asked questions about the marijuana law and adult use recreational marijuana. But with regard to, I oversee the lab committee for the adult use.
Well, so where are you on the idea that Will Parkinson has, that there needs to be some kind of a plan B in case there doesn't seem to be any interest in anybody making the investment in a lab? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we've been talking about that. What we like to do is put out guidelines for growers and get the growers started. And this is a conversation we've had as a commission. We've presented it as a subcommittee, we've presented it to the commission, is having growers get started so that it entices labs to come as well, because they see that there's already an immediate need, rather than having a lab come and get set up and then sit around on their hands
waiting for somebody to say, okay, here's the growers. Well, what are your how do we license that kind of thing? I mean, is a concern that I have that this commission will set it up so that there's only a handful of growers, there's only a handful of dispensaries, there's only a handful of licensed laboratory facilities. I'd like to see it done totally free market style. Here's your application for a business license. Go sell dope.
Exactly, and guidelines to protect our community. But yeah, I presume that the rest of us feel the same, that we don't want it to be restrictive, so that you limit the market, or that you limit capitalism, basically.
Concur. Well, keep me posted on that, and do me a favor, keep me posted on what's happening with these guys. As I said, there's in my mind there is nothing more valuable to this community on an ecological basis or a business basis than the reefs and the fishes that swim around Tumon. So when people go in there, I agree with you. It's an affront to me and to this community to go in there and illegally fish. Now, that is not to say that you cannot fish in Tumon.
No, you can do so, just as long as you're following the prescribed rules.
Yep, and so figure all of those things out and go after those guys. Chelsea, always fun talking with you. We'll do it again.
Thank you, Ray.
All right, 888-8255-888-TALK is the phone number here. Marquez on the line. Hafalay.
Hey, day.
Dude.
Yeah, so 3 affirmations for what you just said. The guys that, I'm glad that they did catch those guys, those poachers or whatever, illegal fishermen, and we need to take care of our reefs better so that the tourists and everyone else on Guam can appreciate our eco environment.
Mm-hmm.
And then a free market for marijuana. It would be a great thing.
In my mind, the fewer rules, then the better. I mean, I agree with the idea that there ought to be some kind of protections on the community, i.e., don't smoke marijuana and then try to drive. We don't want to see any of that. We don't want any additional reason for people to get busted for driving under the influence one way or the other. If you drive a school bus, don't smoke marijuana. Right. If you climb towers, don't smoke marijuana. But the fewer restrictions on the community, the better. Primarily because we have lived with the restrictions on marijuana for virtually all of our adult lives, and now there is this opportunity for change, and perhaps even an opportunity for some kind of industrial growth. I'm looking at the private sector. You know, I was in a store just the other day that seemed to be able to do good business, as you know, selling what you and I used to refer to as paraphernalia. and you know, back in the old days we used to call it a head shop, but these guys, you know, out in the open selling, quote, paraphernalia, and it occurred to me how much better their business would be if they were also a dispensary for marijuana. And the different kinds of marijuana that you could buy from them. I just thought it would be interesting. And there's all this land that we've got out there that nobody's growing anything on, and you could turn it into a decent cash crop for people.
Exactly. And, you know, Oregon's medical marijuana program and just their recreational marijuana program also has tried to make it easy for the small business owner to get involved, and not just, you know, the corporate big people. In fact, they try to not let corporate entities take over the industry, but keep it small, much like the wine industry, so that it becomes more regional and more, niche type.
Craft. Craft. Dude, that would be a thing. Yeah. That would be a thing. Like craft beer and craft marijuana, same building.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody's going, oh, when did Ray become such a pothead? I'm not a pothead. It just seems reasonable that there's something that has been unavailable to this community forever, and now it is available. And I don't want anybody. I don't want a comité. I don't want the government picking the next round of winners and losers. I think there's a lot of people that might be able to contribute. Eric Mendel, reminding me of the ultimate great head shop from when we were kids, Port of Call. Was the name of the place, not too far away, I believe, from where Shooters is and Stax is in Agana, right?
Yeah. And there was a time you could buy in the 70s from the one Japanese-owned head shop, Thai Stick.
Thanks for the memories. Hey, I got to go. I got the news coming up, Marquez. You have a fantastic rest of the day. And it's at some point, Michael Knight will in tribute to you, and Pam and others play the bong sound effect, but we got to play the Fox News live sound effect right about now. Yeah, Port of Call and Golden Island Music, where you could buy records and roach clips.
2. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Democrats taking the stage in Detroit in about an hour, and the spotlight on the former vice president. Fox's Jaron Halpern has more live.
Now, former Vice President Joe Biden, the Democratic frontrunner, is likely to be on the receiving end of jabs tonight. His campaign has said Biden is ready and won't be as polite as last month's first-round debate. The primetime event on CNN could also provide a breakout moment for candidates still lingering far behind the frontrunner.
Yelling over them, no, that's not the plan. I think I'm just going to look for my opportunities to be able to speak.
Colorado Senator Michael Bennet says he wants to focus on health care and the climate. Both issues were front and center with candidates last night. Lisa.
Jared, Americans may soon be able to buy prescription drugs from Canada legally.
The Health and Human Services Department is setting up a system to allow Americans to import lower-cost medications from the nation with oversight by the Food and Drug Administration. In a statement, HHS Secretary Alex Azar said the administration is exploring pathways to allow the safe importation of certain prescription drugs to lower prices and reduce out-of-pocket costs for patients.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland, but the drug industry lobby says the plan is much too dangerous because they say there's no way to guarantee the safety of the drugs. The earliest the Senate will vote on the debt limit and spending cap will be tomorrow, as the Senate has adjourned for the day. The House approved the measure last week. Human remains found in Missouri more than a week after two Wisconsin brothers disappeared during a trip for their livestock business. 35-year-old Nicholas Daimel and his 24-year-old brother Justin haven't been seen since they missed a flight back to Wisconsin. Police say the remains have not yet been positively identified. 25-year-old Garland Nelson accused of tampering with a vehicle that police say was rented by one of the brothers. This is Fox News.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Why am I running? Because IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Whoa! We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. But move it, Gray Van! IHOP has crispy chicken!
Run in to try IHOP's new buttermilk crispy chicken strips and pancakes for just $6.99. For a limited time, price and participating restaurants may vary.
The wealthy financier accused of sexually abusing girls remains in custody after his latest appearance in court in New York.
Jeffrey Epstein was in a Manhattan courtroom appearing disengaged from the proceeding. The major decision today was a tentative date set for a trial. That would be in June of next year. Several other deadline dates for discovery and oral arguments were also set. Epstein has pleaded not guilty to charges of sex trafficking that could mean 45 years in prison if he's convicted. This hearing came after last week's incident where Epstein was discovered on the floor of his cell with neck bruises. Epstein's attorneys did not answer questions about details of that incident. In New York, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Arizona's Attorney General asking the Supreme Court to force the Sackler family, who owned OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma, to give back billions of dollars they took out of the company. A Sackler spokesman says the family denies the allegations in that claim. Some last-second moves across Major League Baseball as the trade deadline came down today.
The Houston Astros with one of the major deadline acquisitions Wednesday, landing former Cy Young winner Zach Greinke in a trade with the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks getting 4 prospects in return. They landed a starter as well in another trade, acquiring Mike Leake from the Seattle Mariners. The Mariners among the deadline sellers, sending relievers Roenis Elias and Hunter Strickland to the Washington Nationals. The San Francisco Giants and Detroit Tigers unloading players as well. The Giants sending Drew Pomeranz and Ray Black to the Milwaukee Brewers, and Mark Melancon to the Atlanta Braves. The Braves getting Shane Green from the Tigers, who also send Nick Castellanos to the Chicago Cubs. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
It's been plagued with problems for months now. Woodstock 50 is officially canceled. The 3-day festival was originally scheduled from August 16th through the 18th, but after permit denials and financial problems, not to mention big-name acts like Jay-Z and John Fogerty dropping out, the organizers have pulled the plug. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Whether it's for business or pleasure, staying connected when you travel is always essential. And now when you travel to South Korea, enjoy free data roaming with Docomo Pacific. Navigate the city, look up the best restaurants, email back home, or post all your pictures, all on the go for free. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your postpaid account is ready for roaming. You plus Docomo Pacific. Better together. Some conditions apply. See print ad for details.
Right on. 9:05. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. Brought to you by the friends over at Ruby Tuesdays. And they're your friends, too. Got an incredible happy hour that is going to be going on between 4 and 6 tonight. Select draft beers, wines, sangrias. They've got that what is it, the Ruby Roaster or something like that. They got some cool names for cool drinks, plus $5 apps. And many of the drinks are under $5. That's why they call it happy hour tonight at Ruby Tuesdays. Also being brought to you by my friends over at American President Lines. Global presence with a local home and Cars Plus, where they have extended the summer of the Jeep. Normally ends around the same time the kids go back to school, but they've decided to keep things going until the end of August. So you want a Grand Cherokee, a regular Cherokee, or it's a Grand Cherokee Light, I think is one of the things that they call it. They got the Compass, and of course they've got the Wrangler. So make sure that you find a way to get your hands behind the wheel of that. Test drive it, and you will be convinced that there needs to be a Jeep in your garage.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Did you hear that? They're not going to be doing a Woodstock. What the? I remember when they did was it the 25th anniversary? I'm trying to remember where it might have been was the last big one that they did, a big Woodstock
But even
tribute.
that one was actually a disaster. So the problem is, the first one they did was just to do it, to have the music and the fun. The one since then, they've just tried to make money, and that's what happens. Like our carnival.
Well, yep.
That's pretty good.
I haven't been by the car. I was thinking about going by there last night, and then I got stuck in traffic, and I said, "Screw it." Yeah, I went someplace else. But anyway, I know what you mean. Because we're not doing it for the music and for love and peace and happiness and all of that, the hippie stuff from 1969. They wanted to turn it into some kind of an event, and then they couldn't get the permits for it. And my God, Jay-Z wouldn't go.
Yeah, wow.
If Jay-Z's not going to be there, I'm not going to go either.
Because nothing says Woodstock like Jay-Z.
Like Jay-Z.
And Dr. Dre.
But isn't that weird? Just like Jay-Z would have been on the same headline as like John Fogerty.
Right.
So there's something, I don't know. I don't want to get into a long thing about the state of music. I heard the other day you and Bob Klitsky were riffing on it because it was Brenda Lee's birthday or something like that, and then you got into a conversation about the state of today's music. But I will tell you this that there. If you look around, if you hit the Spotify's every once in a while, or hit Star 101 every once in a while, you will hear some things that sound and feel like music, not like tennis shoes going around the dryer, right? Yeah. But there is still some of that kind of really good stuff that's out there, and I just urge you to go and find it.
Just for the record, Old Town Road is not one of those songs.
What? Old Town?
Old Town Road. It's not one of those songs.
Blasphemy! The greatest country song of our lives. It is. That's right up there with Lucille.
I'll consult with Hanky Jr. and we'll find out.
And
Cephas, we'll see what he says.
All my exes live in Texas. I mean, the Old Town Road. That is a classic. It is a classic. And I don't know if you were paying attention, but Liberation Carnival, one of the DJs down the street, was playing. It's one of these. It's like a country cha-cha slide.
Oh wow.
And everybody got up and did the country cha-cha slide.
I told you when I got here, I was like, I don't understand why Guam doesn't have a country radio station.
I don't know why either. I don't know, but I've never been the one to what's the word? 24-hour day, 7-day a week, and we've done the surveys, format opportunity surveys, and while there seems to be interest in it, it is not one of the more clamored for, and we need to have it right now, kind of radio formats for Guam.
Right. Yeah, given.
So there are people that have done hour blocks of it, several hours worth of blocks, and there was a station here used to play the Country Countdown show, and that was all right.
Given the generally conservative attitude of most people who live here on the island,
I mean, the question could be asked: why isn't there a good country western bar?
True. No, that's right.
I mean, if there was enough interest in that kind of kicker lifestyle,
I think Horse and Cat tries.
I've never heard country music in there.
Yeah, so
I mean, I hear they got DJs every once in a while, but I've been in there. I've never actually heard any kind of country music. Don't hear a lot of country music playing from the jukeboxes in some of the bars that I've gone to. So, like I said, I think there are a lot of people that say that there should be a lot of interest in it, but when the rubber hits the road, maybe not. Maybe when the rubber hits the Old Town Road, maybe there isn't a lot of that stuff. I meant to bring this up, but we've been all distracted this morning by conversations about pay raises and first class travel. There's just been so much shiny out there. It's hard to focus on anything but that. But those kinds of things. But there are some other stories that are out there that we do need to be aware of, that we do need to be wary of around here. And I tell you what, since the conversation of the military buildup has been going on here on Guam, I have been among those, and I've been a cheerleader for the build-up since day number one. Are there going to be upsides and downsides? You better believe it. But I think that the value of the upsides of bringing in a population of people that have jobs, we are relocating jobs from one place to Guam. That's a good thing. And in preparation to relocate these jobs, there is all of this construction that is going on, and that's a good thing. And there are all kinds of additional people that are here to support all of that construction for the relocation of these jobs. And that's a good thing. I mean, without getting into too much profiling, you walk into a bar or restaurant and you go, I've never seen so many white people I didn't know. I know that sounded like it was profiling and everything, but it's true. And they're back in the olden days, if there was a statesider that came to Guam, they did one of a couple of things. If they weren't in the military, they were either teachers or strippers. I know, again, profiling. Sorry, it's my background. What can I say? But I just thought it was just kind of interesting. You start looking around these days and you talk to people. What do you do here? Well, I'm so and so, and I'm here working with archaeologists, or I'm so and so, and I'm here working with XYZ organization. And there were a couple of guys that I overheard the other night, and they're doing dive work somewhere down at one of the ports. So there's all of these things that are going on, all kinds of planet folks that are hanging out these days, and so in the beginning. As I said, I became an early cheerleader and advocate. I know I've lost friends as a result of it because not everybody sees things through the same rose-colored glasses as I do when it comes to the military buildup. That's okay. Maybe we can still be friends after it's all said and done and you get that six-figure job that you were looking for because business is so good around here. Having said that, though, I've always thought that there are other little boys looking for the same golden Easter eggs as us. And they have traditionally been in Hawaii. Friends and relatives in Hawaii, I love you, and I love going to Hawaii every once in a while until I start feeling like the place is, oh, my God, uptight, and then I got to leave. But there is a guy in Hawaii. His name is Schatz, or Schatz, I don't know, Brian Schatz. Used to be a lieutenant governor, and then when Inouye died, he became the state senator, the representative for Hawaii. And it wasn't that long ago when he was sitting in a committee and they had the Marine Corps General Robert Neller in front of him. And Schatz started asking questions that lead me to believe that the guys in Hawaii want another bite at the apple. On May 1st, there's an interview in The Diplomat, and I urge you to look for it, spelled SCHATZ. And the online magazine is called The Diplomat. Bob will get there in a second. On May 1st, it says, you questioned Marine Corps General Robert Neller about the U.S. Marine relocation to Guam. You asked if it made sense to relocate to Guam. He said, the plan, as it's currently designed, I think is worthy of possibly a review. What did you take that to mean? And do you still think that the U.S. needs to have more than 26,000 Marines in Okinawa and Guam and the Western Pacific? To which Senator Schatz replied, I think the whole plan is worthy of a review, and the Marine Corps has adjusted its position over time, and part of that is realizing how unrealistic some of their original plans were for Guam. But some of those Marines could land in Alaska, same as the rotational forces in Australia or elsewhere, some on the mainland island of Japan. So we have a commitment to reduce the Marines' presence on Okinawa. That's a firm commitment, but that doesn't mean we have to do so in a way that doesn't make sense for the U.S. military. I think the original plan is so stale. The only thing he missed was the Chris Barnett Baleo. Stale Baleo. Just in terms of time passed and circumstances changed, that this is all ripe for a review. In that exchange, the interviewer asked, in that exchange with General Neller, you yourself had asked about LIFT and why it did make sense to have Marines in Guam or Okinawa when they could possibly be elsewhere. And Schatz replies, that's right. I think that the Marines are supposed to be capable of answering a fight within a 24-hour period, but if they're stationed in a place where they have to wait for airlift from the U.S. mainland, then the advantages of being forwarded in the region are significantly reduced without the lift. So he's thinking, well, if we're going to have these guys stationed in Guam, but it still takes 24 hours to get them in a situation where they're shooting guns, in my mind, Schatz's theory is let's have them not forwarded to this part of Asia, but maybe rebased on Oahu somewhere. And where could they do that? Well, there's a bunch of places that they've got. I'm trying to remember the name of this facility they've got there, Pacific Missile Range Facility or something like that. What is it? The Poha Kulau Training Area, 207 square miles. A lot of Army there right now, and my guess is that he would love to see some kind of Marine basing with that facility there. One last thing. And it's a longish question that the guy asked for a fairly short answer. Meanwhile, in Guam, there's a rash of military construction projects, and then he defines those. Then you have people talk about shifting the burden or reducing the burden in Okinawa, and you've got people in Guam, Chamorro indigenous people and others, feeling frustrated, angry, overwhelmed, and disrespected by the damage they see coming to the environment and restricted access to culturally important sites to further accommodate the military. Do you think Guam should be the ones to reduce the burden for Okinawa in this way? Well, I'm not sure I accept all the premises of that question, but let me just say, I think the whole plan is ripe for reevaluation. I think Guam will continue to play a role for the U.S. military, but there ought to be flexibility that accounts for the current geopolitical situation, our strategic needs, and the needs of our partners and governments of the U.S. territories. I'm trying not to read between the lines, but it seems to me that if somebody came to him and said, hey, Mr. Schatz, how about we move some of these guys back to Hawaii? Would you like that? My guess is he would love that for days. Watch out for that guy. Feel snaky around him. 9:17 in the morning. My buddy Bob Kelly's on the line. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. How's the radio station sounding where you are?
Sounds good, and I really like going down the hill and not having any dropout.
That's good to hear. Apologies if you turned on the radio between about, 10:30 and 11:30 yesterday and didn't get a whole lot of Brian Kilmeade. That's why we stream stuff, guys. But if you couldn't get that, the reason why was because we took the transmitter off the air and put for better or worse, a better antenna up on the top of our Channel 10 facility, and it's kind of how do you say it? It's the kind of antenna that helps improve the reception in cars with different kinds of antennas or challenged antennas.
And it also improves the reception near hillsides.
Yeah. So if I hope you're enjoying it, and we've got other plans ahead for things that we can do with this and other radio stations under the Choice umbrella. But Bob is my telecom guy, and he's my tech partner, and is the guy that recommended that particular antenna get installed on that particular site. I appreciate the improvements there, buddy.
Thank you.
Now, something else that you turned me on to the other day, and I actually went to the site and discovered that, it's possible that my personal information and very important information might have been part of a leak with Equifax's database.
Yes, it's one of the big ones. There's actually a new big one that hit this week. But we won't talk about that too much.
Yeah, well, I just saw that. I just saw that in the news the other day. Yeah, another one of these big companies with access to all kinds of personal data and data that you can use to have it shared on the internet or sold off one way or the other. There has been another breach there.
But the difference is, in Capital, you had to either be their customer or an applicant. In the case of Equifax, the fact that they do credit reports on everybody means it was a much broader sweep.
Correct. So it's going to be tricky out there. If and I forget the name of the website that you can go to, but just Google Equifax and then data breach, and am I eligible? Because there is a big class that is going to be going up. I followed the links on that, plugged in the last couple of digits of my Social Security card and mother's maiden name, and sure enough, it came back and said that I might be at risk and I might be eligible for some of the damages and awards and some of the preliminary steps that they're offering right now.
So let's talk very quickly about what you're eligible for. You're eligible for 10 years of monitoring, or, and here's the key, up to $125. Now, or you can also opt in for specific damages if you've had a breach, and you can file for those specifically, or you can opt out of the class action suit and preserve your right to sue later on out of the class. But the key is that everybody's looking at this $125, and what the issue is there's a specific amount of money that is set aside to pay this class, and if more people than can be paid $125 file, that will get lower, and it could mean that if every possible person applied for the money, you would probably get less than $1 because there's that many. But it depends on how many people apply.
Yeah. So what I think I'm going to do is, and this is not the first time that my data has been breached one way or the other on the internet, and so I've already got a couple of free identity theft guarantors and those plans that I've signed up for as a result of those data breaches. So I might get another year worth of protection out of the Equifax deal.
Well, you'll get 10 years if you sign up for it. Now, the part that I'm kind of thinking about, and this is the other key, if you sign up and take the protection, then you've settled with them. If you sign up and take the money, you've settled with them.
Mm-hmm.
In 3 years, if you have a data breach, you've already exercised your right and you've stated in your settlement that you would not sue them. In my opinion right now, if you've got other ways that you're monitoring, which I also do, I'm thinking it's better to write an opt-out, so if something were to happen in the next 3 or 4 years, I would have a right to sue because I'm not gaining any more by having extra monitoring. I mean, being monitored once, twice, or 3 times is more redundancy, I think, that I need on my monitoring. So do I want to keep my right to sue, or do I want to give that up just for another monitoring service?
I don't know. So it's decisions that you've got to make, but it's kind of scary. As going back to the premise of this. I mean, it's not like a credit card company. It's not like didn't this happen to I want to say Macy's or somebody once upon a time? It's not like it's happening there. I mean, this happened at Equifax, and Equifax has paperwork on practically everybody that's applied for credit anywhere.
That's correct.
So that's kind of scary. And personally, what I'd like to see is somebody to come and offer me a Social Security number changing opportunity.
I don't think that's ever going to be allowed.
Unfortunately, but it's just there because it's the one thing that can't change. That people seem to be that is. Among the easier items to get anymore is access to somebody's Social Security information. So, based on that, mother's maiden name, what high school did you go to, what was the name of your first pet, all of these things that you can find out on somebody just by cruising around on the internet with them. And it's the one thing that we can't change, but as I say, one of the easiest things for these hackers to get their hands on. So I'd like the opportunity to be able to go back to the Social Security Administration and say, I want another 4 digits, or give me a different 4 digits on the end of my 586.
Or maybe we shouldn't be using something that was set up to provide a retirement income for doing credit reports.
There's that, maybe. I don't know. But, it's whatever the parts of the identity are that are harvestable, we need to be more careful of. And if I'm never going to be able to change my date of birth. I'm never going to be able to change what elementary school I went to. But I can always lie about it. But I can't get anything else without that Social Security number.
I know, and I think.
I mean, I was at the clinic. I was at the clinic yesterday, and I had to fill out a form that included my Social Security number. And the lady says, "Why do I said, why do you need this?" And she says, "We need it so that we can verify your insurance information." I said, "The lady at the insurance company will tell you who I am." And
using the Social Security too much.
Well, exactly. So here's the long and short of this, friends, is there's a whole lot of people that want to, unless you got crappy credit like me, then there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to try to, compromise your identity for their own nefarious purposes. And so if the Social Security card number is among those things, among those hooks that they would gravitate towards, then here's the suggestion. Anytime anybody asks you for your Social Security number, ask them why they need it. Make them justify why that field is on the form. And if you don't like the answer, then don't put it down. And they say, well, we can't give you an account or a widget or whatever without it. Then say, I'll go to your competitor.
Note that your driver's license no longer has your Social Security on it.
Yeah. Yes. And
military ID cards no longer have Social Security on it.
Yes. So if that's the case, I mean, somebody trusted you enough to give you those vital documents without having to have a Social Security number on it. So it seems to me that that's one of the ways that the world has got to change.
Agreed.
Okay.
So going back to Equifax, people should at least look it up and study their options and also see if they've been compromised.
Gotcha, Bob. Look, you have a terrific day. I'll see you pretty soon.
Sure. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Currently will. It's 9:25 in the morning. 888-825-5888-TALK. Got Lynn Tadinko online and a whole bunch of people online asking about couches and things like that. There's other parts of Facebook where you can plenty of couches and that for sale today. Is this tonight? When is this? No, the next meeting of the Toastmasters. They are looking for speakers and members to fill roles for the next meeting. It'll be August the 6th at 6:30 p.m. I don't have the location on this. Yes, this is an opportunity for me to get the very pretty Natalia in the studio to talk about Toastmasters. Yeah, nobody complains when I have her in for a half hour and just talk Toastmasters stuff. Everybody's just thrilled.
I was going to ask about it, but I didn't want to be overly creepy.
I don't know that it's possible. I don't know that that's something that you even should try to control. It's the same thing with me. Neither one of us should spend any time around schools. Yep, just the way my brain works, friends. 9:27 in the morning. I'm looking over some of the paperwork and stuff that I've been messing around with this morning. I think I've gotten to just about everything on the table of contents. But I really am curious about this movie subscription plan that I was talking about. It just really seems like something that might be worthwhile and would be made even better worthwhile if we had good movies to go watch.
See, that's the thing. It'd be great if you like to go to movies. I don't really even like going to theaters to sit down and watch movies. Quite frankly, they're too comfortable. I sit down there, and 10 minutes into it, I'm ready to catch a nap.
Really?
Now, maybe that's because the movie sucks, but generally speaking, it'll be a movie I actually want to see. I'll settle into the chair, and as the comfort and quality level goes up, so does my need to sleep.
Yeah.
And so better if I just wait till it's on Netflix.
Yeah, and then you can at least pause it. And,
right.
Yeah. I know the feeling. Although I'm generally not one to sleep in a movie theater. I remember once. And it was, I think, kind of an indictment against the movie that I went to go watch. And it's terrible because it was a movie that I really was, I felt like I was vested in. I felt like I was really, really interested in it. And it was the movie Dune. You remember when Dune first came out?
Yeah.
I didn't make it through that movie. There was, and I don't recall being all that tired. I just realized that, at some point, I'm just gonna rest my ass for a second, and then the movie was over.
Yeah, Dune was a pretty good flick, but it was one of those where the previews way outdid the movie itself.
Yes, and you got to remember that. And there's a lot going on in the book as well that they tried to squeeze into the movie, and a lot of the different characters and everything. I might still watch it now. I don't know that I could make it through the entire movie now, but I might still, because it just feels like such a big waste of time to go to the movies and then fall asleep in there. But I know plenty of people that do. 9:28 in the morning. 888-825-5888. TALK. Are there other items in the table of contents besides the things to be outraged on? Yesterday, as the program concluded, I was walking around Michael Knight, who reported to me that he got a note from Jenna over at the Office of Homeland Security, who said Guam has nothing to fear from the North Korean missile launches. And I thought, wait, what? North Korean missile launches?
Yeah, I didn't even get it from Jenna. I actually found it on my Facebook, and Cousin Troy had posted it. So I was wondering, what are you even talking about?
There's those. I thought didn't we sign it? Didn't Trump go to the DMZ? Didn't we meet with the guy?
And something else I'll tell you is
aren't we pals?
Even to this moment, I still have not received anything officially, which I normally would have in one of our many chats here.
Yeah.
From the Office of Homeland Security, talking about the North Korean. Unless they kicked me out of one of the groups and I don't know about it.
Well, it's two old creepy guys. Maybe that's the thing. We've already admitted to it on the air. But the point that I'm making is that there maybe needs to be some other thing here. I don't know, emergency alert or something like that only goes to people in the broadcast or whatever. Because I just was taken by surprise. But more annoyed though, because didn't we just make friends?
This is all part of the plan.
Is it?
Trump has told him, you keep doing what you're doing, so it looks like that you don't care what we're saying, and that actually makes it look more like we need to make a deal.
That's like the guys at the BBMR and the director of the Department of Administration saying, we don't know anything about Esther Agagi's raise. This is very concerning to us. We don't know anything about it. We were off island when it happened, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. You better believe.
It's very similar. See, what Trump and them probably got into the deal with Kim and said, "Look,
wait. Let me just preface this. Okay, this is not the news right now. This is
not.
and I'm not talking about current events. And Michael is the resident conspiracy theorist.
I am, and I'm not Kevin, by the way.
Sorry,
somebody
Michael
in the chat will call me Kevin.
Oh, right. Okay, so that Michael Knight or Duke Sky Talker is the other, and he is the conspiracy theorist for the radio station, and it's like the 10th man, right? I'll take a look at the headlines, give my interpretation, see where the common sense is, see where I think there might be some semblance of credibility and reality in some of the statements that come out of the government. You, on the other hand, automatically think that there's something going on and somebody's playing an angle on you.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
No, and in this case, I'm sure Trump and Kim have made a deal that Kim will not test any more of these long-range missiles, and he has not. All of the tests that have occurred since they started meeting have all been short to medium-range tests. And Trump's like, okay, you go ahead and keep doing that. Just don't launch any more of those long-range ones or we're going to have different issues here. And when you do, I'll come out and say, yeah, it's really not nice that you do that, but you go ahead and keep doing it because the more you do that, the more people will get behind us needing to get to talk and make this happen.
Right.
Because that's how Trump works. Trump does things in the public eye. It's all a show to him, and I'm not being disrespectful to the president. This is just his style. Clearly it is. He does his Twitter rants. He does all these things. It's all meant to generate buzz, and that's what this does. It allows, and it also, in a way, it actually kind of fits into Kim's deal because he needs to save face as well. He needs to show I'm not scared of the Americans, and I'm going to get my respect, so I'm going to keep launching my missiles in spite of what they think, and it all works into ultimately an agreement that'll be reached sometime in the next few months.
Let's agree that 9:32 is iConnect time. iConnect, call them at 888-8888 and ask them about great plans to save you all kinds of money. Use the internet. Do you have a mobile phone? They can save you money on both of those in iConnect.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Have you ever noticed that many of the sponsors of the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point are in the food business? They're in the food game. I got a bunch of them. I just, flipping through the pages of all the sponsors. I got and among my favorites, and among the food guys that have been with me for a long time in my career is Wendy's. And the reason why is because Wendy's knows that I love their food, and they know that I can tell the story of their meals. Like now, they've got a thing called the Biggie Bag. Doesn't it sound cavernous? It's huge.
Yeah, that means a whole different thing in my neighborhood.
The Biggie Bag includes a double stack Wendy's burger, quarter pound of fresh beef that goes into all of that. And because it's Wendy's, they bacon it. Yes, I'm the guy. I use bacon as a verb. And that's why Wendy's keeps coming back. So you got that. And that would be good. For $5, you'd be happy. You'd go, okay, I got a burger. It's double stack burger with bacon in the bag. But it's the Biggie Bag. And for $5, you also get nuggets. You also get fries. You also get a drink.
Wow. Man. It's a whole lunch.
It's everything you could wish for at Wendy's. And now I'm done.
Weekday shopping just got exciting. Join the Agania Shopping Center's Shop and Win on Weekdays promo. Shop or dine at any ASC store or restaurant on weekdays from now till October 31st. Show your receipt at the ASC booth and win instantly. Every $20 spent gets you an entry form to win big at the monthly draws, including round-trip tickets to Manila, $500 ASC gift certificates, and more. See posters and print ads for more. Special thanks to Sky Zone, Fundamental Writers, Vince Jewelers, and Wendy's.
Well, what do we got for headlines here today? Decolonization Commission exploring options in wake of Davis ruling. Here it is, a couple of days since that ruling from the Ninth Circuit Court, and apparently everybody here continues to be gobsmacked. One of the questions, I didn't have time to ask Bob Klitsky, but it'll be interesting if it comes up this afternoon. And if it doesn't come up this afternoon just on its own, could you do me a favor, Mike, and ask him whether he, as a citizen of Guam, might take some kind of legal action against the government of Guam to depopulate, if you will, the Commission on Decolonization, whose sole purpose, it seems, would be to follow along with the laws of Guam that would eventually lead to some kind of a plebiscite or vote. And since that's not going to happen, what's the point now of the Commission on Decolonization? If there are groups that want to push for independence, then they should round up their own money and push for independence. If there are groups that want Commonwealth, then they ought to go and scrounge up their money, have bake sales and car washes, and begin the campaign. If there are people that want statehood, like Eloy Hara, that is a form of decolonization. But he doesn't have an office in the government of Guam.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, if we're not going to have the plebiscite anytime soon, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen, thanks to courtesy of the Ninth Circuit Court, then my question is, why do we still need a funded government of Guam Commission on Decolonization? If you are interested in any other relationship with the federal government of the United States of America and the Constitution and the flag for which it stands, then it seems to me that you ought to go and find like-minded people and start making your push for independence or for Commonwealth or for statehood or for the maintenance of the status quo, if you want to. That seems logical to me. And maybe we could take that money and, I don't know, hand it out in pay raises, retroactive pay raises for all kinds of other department and agency heads.
Yeah, Bob says statehood or independence probably are really only two viable options.
I
Even
heard
with
that.
even with a Commonwealth, we really would. It'd be like status quo. It wouldn't benefit us really in much way.
Yeah, so those would be the two radical statements, and statehood is in my mind a non-starter.
I think it's never happened. It just never will happen.
So is it just go for independence?
Yeah,
go for it. Do
Charge
it.
rent. Charge rent on the basis.
Yeah, and like I said, that worked out for Clark and Subic, right?
Yeah.
9:37 in the morning. Let me see. It was on one my first guys this morning, and he's back to help me finish out the program. It's a very close, very dear personal friend, the other Governor Leon Guerrero. That's Ken LG.
I will state for the record, I have not given anybody retroactive pay raises.
Not yet.
That's because you ain't got any money.
Well,
because you did not win the lottery and get a job in the government of Guam, Ken.
that's true. I had the name for it, technically. I should have been able to. But I was on the wrong side. I was on the side of the people, and as we've seen over the past 7 months, that the people are the last thing that are going to be considered in this administration, going right back to the Decolonization Commission. They're still probably going to have their party. They want to spend that $300,000 so bad.
On what? On what? It's just to stand up an educational campaign, right? And what are we getting educated for if we're not having a vote?
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to continue with their plans to bring all the people from the UN and places that have been decolonized to a party down at the Dustantani and spend that $300,000 before they have to give it back to the federal government. I mean, they've only spent $1.5 million so far trying to figure out how to spend it.
Oh, what a waste of time.
Yeah.
What a waste of time. But I'm sure there's somebody out there that feels really, really good about having a decolonization commission and for all of the great work that they do and all of the ways that they find to go to New York City and stand before the United Nations there and sob.
Yeah, at taxpayer expense. What they're probably going to do is they're going to give Melvin Borja, Wanpat, a $300,000 contract to develop an educational plan for the people of Guam to inform them of our status. But it's kind of funny. If they look at the history of Puerto Rico, the first time Puerto Rico had a plebiscite for statehood, it was rejected by Congress because it did not include an option for status quo. The second time they had a plebiscite for statehood, they included the status quo option, but it was rejected because they only got 65% of 20% of the population came out and voted.
Mm-hmm.
So 20% of the population voted, 65 of 20 voted for statehood, and Congress said it was not a valid plebiscite. It didn't represent the will of the people. So that's why they've refused to use the money to determine whether or not there's even any interest in changing the status quo, because I haven't heard anybody. The only people I heard that were interested were students at University of Guam, and when they found out if they became an independent state, they're going to have to give up their passports and Social Security and welfare. They said, no, wait a minute.
Student loans and grants? What? No, thank you. Richard online says Guam. Wait a second. What was he asking? Somebody talking about this. He says, yeah, the Guam public doesn't want to be puppet Americans. Okay, so Richard, you and everybody else that feels the same way, get together, scratch up some money, do some car washes and bake sale, and start your push for independence. It's as simple as that. And then start asking around to get some kind of a vote to see if everybody else is on the same side.
You know, that whole thing about statehood is ridiculous, because I've lived in the States. You've lived in the States. And you know why I love Guam? I don't have any state taxes. I don't have any city taxes, municipal taxes, highway taxes. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we don't have that we would have had if we were a state, and we wouldn't have been any better off if we were a state. So,
no, and Ted from the ranch says, why doesn't Ken LG run for office if he feels things are not right?
Well, because Ted isn't standing up and pointing out that the emperor has no clothes. You see, if I were to run for office, Ray, would I get the access to your station that I have now as a community advocate?
As far as I'm concerned, sure.
Oh, well.
Yeah, but it depends. I mean, if you're running for office, if somebody were running against you, I suppose there could be an argument made that there might have to be some kind of ridiculous equal time obligation that I have to hear quote the other side. But as far as I'm concerned, then how do I? There's a part of me that wants to put it this way: if somebody wants to take the time, trouble, and expense of trying to compete with you for airtime, then good. Let's have at it. Let's get the discussion. Let's get the debate. I don't disagree. And as Ted, I appreciate the question, but here's the thing: is as taxpayers, as people that live here, when we see things like a nice lady over at the Guard getting a 50% increase, of pay raise. This is not a promotion, basically a new job for her. That'll get explained a little bit later on. But getting on top of her salary now a 50% and retroactive increase in her salary. That's just amazing, considering it wasn't that long ago that the government, this very same government of Guam, was telling us that they were having such a hard time making ends meet. My God, we have to have an additional 25% worth of the business privilege tax. We have to have more money coming out of real estates, real property owners that own property over $1 million, because we can't make ends meet. The government is going to die. There will be payless paydays and there will be layoffs. And none of that ever happened, but we've got probably the most expensive gubernatorial administration in the history of the island, and the numbers just keep going up.
Absolutely.
So it is incumbent. It's not that everybody has to run for office because things are bad. This town needs more people that stand up and say the emperor has no clothes, or that's the dumbest excuse to give somebody an airplane ride of first class for free.
Well, that's why I do what I do, because if I were running for office, people would say, "Oh, he's just saying that because he's running for office." There's no reward here for me in this. I get nothing for doing this other than I'm trying to make this island a better place, because I have children. I hope to have grandchildren. I have nieces and nephews. I'm trying to keep them here, but they're leaving one at a time.
Well, that's a decision those kids are going to have to make, and unfortunately, they may not love Guam as much as you love Guam. Hey, I got to move along. Got a couple other topics I want to hit before I go.
Talk to you tomorrow.
I'm sure you will. I got was thinking along the same lines as Mike St. Nicholas earlier in the week. It was our Saturday, the Supreme Court of the United States of America came out with a ruling that allowed for the president, Donald Trump, to be able to use Pentagon dollars to build the Southern Wall. Personally, I don't have a problem with that. I think countries need borders, and sometimes you got to put a wall or a fence up at the border. And if people jump over it, well, you need to put up a bigger wall. At any rate, the question wasn't whether or not I wanted to have a wall in the southern borders. Was as much as where's that money going to come from? Is that going to jeopardize the buildup that we've got here on Guam? So I sent out some feelers. My buddy Brett, who is a Marine. Is that, says, in response to your query on border wall funding and any implication to the Marine Corps relocation, the response is, quote, at this time, we have received no indication that military buildup projects on Guam will be affected by this. And it's signed Brett Lazaroff, Marine Corps Activity, Guam Communications Strategy and Operations Officer, and nitrox diver. Deep nitrox diver, by the way. I appreciate getting that, but at this time, no indication that anything in the buildup here is going to be affected by that U.S. Supreme Court ruling. It doesn't mean that it's not. It just means at this time, nothing. Okay, got it. Appreciate it. We'll send that along to my guys over at the Guam Daily Post and see what happens. 9:46 in the morning. Let me get Frank in because I think it was Frank that wanted to talk a little bit earlier about what. Good morning, Frank.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
This might be the best sounding phone call I've gotten all day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
I got you. You're coming in loud and clear.
Oh, nice. Oh, I love your show and what you're talking about all day long. And, it just irks me with what's going on. I mean, the military buildup, a lot of things to talk about. The military buildup is a plus for Guam. We need people here, right?
You mean people with good paying jobs?
People with money to come here. I don't know why a lot of these things that are discussed are no-brainers. I don't know why it's like rocket science to some people. The military buildup is good for Guam. We should be thankful that America came here and rescued us and put their U.S. flag here next to the Guam flag. Guam is a plus. I mean, the U.S. is a plus for Guam. They're not a bad thing. They give so much federal aid, grants, programs that we need here. How can we bite the hand that feeds us? I don't understand how people up there bite that hand.
Okay, well, because they know that there's nothing going to happen, and there seems to be this. It's a funny kind of Me Too thing around here, and we're not. There are people in the political ranks here on Guam that think that there is political capital to be derived by flicking the bird at the federal government, flicking the bird at the Pentagon, flicking the bird at the White House, but at the same time, with the other hand, taking money from them. To some, and it's big money. It's $500 million worth of federal love that comes to Guam for which taxpayers here aren't on the line for. But like I said, you get these guys in the legislature in the governor's office that just think it just makes us look so brave when we stand up and say screw you to the Uncle Fed.
No, we don't need to stand up to them or act all badass or anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, look, when it's for real, it's for real. But
when a typhoon hits, we want FEMA to come here, don't we?
Yep.
Why? Just take care of it yourself, right?
If somebody gets lost out in the ocean, HSC 25 doesn't ask what color is the skin. They go out and rescue.
Exactly. You know what? The U.S. government does a lot for the island. They provide the SNAP program for 55,000 people here. That's 1/3 of the population. I think everyone should be thankful. Otherwise, they won't eat. Okay? Guam's going to go back 30 years in time if there's no U.S. government here. So it's a bunch of things. So first of all, the U.S. government is important. It's okay to be a colony of the U.S. government.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. We have our identity. We have our culture here. We have our flag and everything. They're not taking that away from us. They're just doing their thing and protecting us as a base. Yeah, they have their own self-interest also because we're an island. And yeah, of course they have their interest. Who's not selfish? Everyone's selfish. So if they take Guam as a colony and put their base and firing range and all that, but at the same time, with that selfishness comes a lot of things that they do for the people here and for the land here.
Yeah. Nick Perlowski online right now with just another clear indication. The Department of Interior, Nick Pull-out here on the island the other day saying, well, you need somebody to take a look at the hospital? We got guys at the Army Corps of Engineers that could take a look at the hospital. We'll go ahead and make a determination on what needs to get done. I don't think anybody's going to get a bill for that. I don't think the taxpayers are going to get a bill for something like that. It cost. We went to a private company to do the same thing. It cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars.
We should be humbled and thankful. Okay, so next topic. I hope important people are hearing this because it's a no-brainer. We don't even go back and forth on this thing.
Go ahead.
Another topic. Yesterday you were talking about housing and how the military rents landlords charge are based on the military allowance, COLA, and everything. You know, Ray, it's not only housing. You know, people like everyday people like you and me and everybody else. From housing, we're paying the rents based on the COLA for military, so people can't afford to even rent places. People with jobs, it's not the minimum wage issue here. People are getting paid enough here. The point is that from groceries to housing, we're being gouged, okay? That's the problem. More is taken out of people's pockets than needed. So that's why they're left homeless. I've seen people with jobs who work at night. You see them wearing a uniform and they're working, security people and so forth. And then in the morning when you're driving, I see them dressed like homeless, walking with bags like you see the homeless walking. And it's so freaking me out that by night they got a job and in the day they're sleeping out on the road. It's amazing. If you knew people that are in that type of situation. So on one end, landlords and the housing industry here is gouging people by charging them military rent. On the other end, you got grocery stores here that are charging us based on SNAP programs.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that connection. That's always been in my head. And the reason why there are so many grocery stores on Guam, this booming industry around here, is because, as you pointed out earlier, there's a third of the population that has, I don't want to say unlimited access to funds, but certainly funds that they didn't work for. I'm going to take this card. I'm going to go buy me some good steaks. I'm going to buy lobster. I'm going to buy the fancy salmon. I'm not going to buy any of that frozen stuff. Get me the new one.
The grocery stores know that people like you are able to purchase a $20 steak at the grocery store, no brainer. You're going to pay for it. So they don't care about you or some other middle class, upper class people because they know you're going to spend it. You live here, you got to eat, you're going to buy it.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how rarely it is that I buy that kind of meat. I ain't one of those guys.
Yeah, so the middle and upper class, I'm not trying to segregate, but just to...
I appreciate the point. So there are the haves that can afford that. The have-nots are on SNAP programs. And then we've got this crazy group of people in the middle.
And then we end up paying SNAP program prices.
Yeah.
I'll give you a simple example. I was at the grocery store the other day, and there was a guy from Puerto Rico that works there. And I was talking to him, and I'm like, looking at a bag of Doritos, just a normal size bag of Doritos.
$6 now, right?
It was $6. I was looking, and he's one of the he works there in management, and he's Puerto Rican, so just to lay the foundation there. He's like, brother, let me tell you something. Back in Puerto Rico, this is 99 cents. Over here, bucks.
Yep.
Now you do the math.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I've seen it. That's the distributor and the retailer and on down. Hey, listen, I gotta break away. I got the last break of the program, but I appreciate the comments.
I'll tell you one more thing.
I gotta go fast.
So all this type of stuff going on here is causing a brain drain. People are honestly leaving. Okay, I just found out a good doctor friend of mine. He left this morning. I ran into him yesterday. I'm like, hey, what's up? How's it going? He's like, oh, it's good. I'm leaving tomorrow to California for good. I'm like, what? And this person I know for 30 years on Guam. And he's taking his family. He's a doctor. And here's the kicker. Hey, we're not done. I said, you're a doctor. You have your practice. He's like, yeah, I closed up my practice and I'm leaving to California. We're leaving this morning, today. He left already with his family and 2 kids. He's like someone with money that you'd want here, a doctor that you'd want here. I'm like, why are you leaving? Oh, and you want to hear this?
Yeah.
He said because of better health care. I'm like, what?
The doctor's leaving Guam because he needed someplace that had better health care. Well, there's a whole range of topics. The show starts at 6. You're welcome. Wake up early and
get on.
Wake up early. Yeah, I know. I had a couple of things going on, but as you listen to the program, you'll find where the open spots are and when to line up on the phone. I do have to break away now, but Frank, I appreciate your call and hope to hear from you very, very often. Number's 888-825-888-TALK, and apparently, based on the folks on Facebook Live, they want to hear from you more often as well. It's 9:56. Be right back.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on the Point. Half a day. I'm Rita Tidegli of Manila, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Ingatan ang iyong tahanan. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Kelaguen Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs, Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam. Parents, start your child's school year right with healthiness and fun. Complete your child's immunizations, annual physical, dental, or eye exam at FHP and receive a free gift for each exam visit. Perfect for back to school. Valid from July 15 to August 31st or while supplies last. Visit their website or Facebook page for more details. Call 646-5825 and press 2 to schedule an appointment today. Most private insurance accepted. FHP Health Center. Our island, your clinic.
Man, only 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Carl. You're going to have to make it fast, buddy.
Morning, Ray. It won't take that long. I just wanted to comment about the use of the word, the label status quo that's often batted around. I don't like that label. I try and avoid using it. I prefer saying something like our present status. I believe it was purposely labeled that way because it conveys the idea that we're stuck in this just not going anywhere. But in fact, if you look at all the options we could have done and can still do, there's so many things that we can do to build on what we presently have. There's the Constitution issue. We can patriate the Organic Act, which has been proven over many decades. We can delink the tax code and make something more competitive to draw in business capital. We can deal with our immigration laws. We can work to upgrade our control over our labor laws. There's we can work to improve the Jones Act. Dave Davis called in to Bob's show and he recommended that we go back and do the Commonwealth, approach the Commonwealth and do it the right way.
We've already got a Constitution. We've got a Constitution that talk to Carl Gutierrez about this, and I do about every 6 months when we get heavy into this topic. We've got a Constitution that has already been seen and approved by the Federal Congress of the United States of America. They brought it back here. It was not ratified by the people, but there's no reason why you couldn't dust the thing off, make a few handy edits on it, and then put it back before the people of Guam, and then take it to Congress and say, okay, this supersedes our Organic Act. Now, I'm sure there's a couple more moving parts, but that's why we have an Attorney General, and Julian Huggins not doing anything now these days, so maybe he can start working on that. Hey, it's 15 seconds to go. I'll listen for you and your thoughts on Bob's show this afternoon.
Okay, thanks a lot, Ray.
All right, peace, love, dove. 10 o'clock in the morning, the radio station is KUSG Agana. Ray Gibson for Michael Knight, Kevin Kerrigan, and Blake Watson. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
3.
Ready for action. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. A former vice president among the Democrats hitting the stage in moments for night 2 of presidential debates. Fox's Jared Halpern has more live.
Frontrunner Joe Biden will be center stage, expected to be the center of attention for 9 of his Democratic rivals, meeting on the second night of the second primary debate on CNN. Campaign officials with